You don't gotta tell me I'm the truth, I already knew.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How's it going? Happy holidays. Getting ready for Christmas. Hello, hello. Fuck. What's going on? What's up, T.S. Pedro? EDC, how you doing? Can't wait to look at all that. What's up, One Mic Stage Life? How you doing? David Murphy, how you doing? What's up, EDC? T4, what's up, Cookie de Chocolate? Chat, make some noise. How's it going, man? What's up, Cotton Trust? What's up, Kesh? What's up, Luna Sea Point? What's up, Charm Dinez, Gray Knight? How you doing? What's up, Tam Tam? Half Mage Art, how are you? Your art's amazing, by the way. I think we follow each other on Instagram. It's like really awesome. What's up, Deerslayer? How's it going? Oh, you left your screen name. Hello, hello. What is the warbling? Check, check, check. Hello, hello. I don't know what that is. What's up, Wharf Daddy? That's right, like and share. It's volume here. Check. Yo, Love Matters. What's going on? Great night. It's the end. Yep. What's up, Niklas? How you doing? What's up, Perez? Josh, Hex, Pulsient, Valiant Loki. How you doing? Yeah. What's up, Ink 4T? Excellent Henny. Yeah. Oh, it is you. Okay, cool. I mean, I see art in the thing, so okay. What's up, Crypto Allah? What's up, Valiant? Yeah. Chat, make some noise. Chat, smash the like button. Hope you guys are enjoying the holiday. I made a big eggnog. Huge one today. This is, has, I'll tell you what's in it.
And about the next Mamma Mia movie.
Oh, what's that? So I did condensed milk, a scoop of whey protein, 5 eggs, 4 of which were only yolks, a lot of cinnamon. I mean, a lot of fucking cinnamon. Water, a little bit of water, and 1 shot of tequila. What else went in here? Oh, and maple syrup for sweetness. And, man, it's good. It's really good. Actually, I drink this every day anyway. Yeah. Bearing a Black Swan 2026, looking for a time to rise. 2026, part of it is going to be awesome, okay? I think the first quarter is going to hit, okay? Maybe the first 2 quarters. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let's see. Gold, silver, or Tesla? No. And some other stuff, though. Thanks, Tam Tam. Appreciate it. What's up, Trumbo? How's it going? The best time to buy Pulse X on everything. RH. 50 million in the chat. Yeah. Smash it, pups. Sean O'Malley. What's going on? Everybody smash the like button. There is a Christmas special happening with DJ Cryptomatic. I did a segment in there. I was kind of waiting for them to finish. I didn't know how long they were going to go. I didn't want to step on what they're doing, but I got to cover the chart, so I got to get into it. But maybe we can jump in here and watch a few minutes of it. Let's see what they're up to. We'll check in with them. Let me see. See what this button does. Wow, that's a weird button. Oh, is he not? Because I'm +6 of Eastern Standard, so like obviously I start late. Then that's why it was originally called the After Hour Show, because I would go really late at night because a lot of you guys are just getting off work, right? But if I go too late, it gets really late for me here. So if I click this button, all right, see if I can do this. Let's see what they're up to. Why? What? Why isn't it? Oh, this chat is open. I get rid of that. Oh, there we go. Some sound here. What are they doing? Oh, they're just listening to music. So that's Papa Boner and DJ Cryptomatic. Oh, shit. What'd I do? What the fuck happened? Okay. We'll come back. We'll see what they're up to.
Of Japan. We're wishing you a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a Happy New Year.
That's DJ Creditus from Down Under. And before that was DJ Nom Nom, the legendary DJ Nom Nom. Merry Xmas to DJ Nom Nom. He's in the chat right now. We got one more, another DJ brethren of mine.
Hey, what's up? Patrice from Paris here. Wishing you an excellent holiday season. Good vibes, good times with your friends and family. You know, keep it funky. Catch you guys around in the chats and keep it safe. Peace.
Keep it safe. Safety first, Papa B.
Yes,
All right, where are we going next? We got to make some headway. Let's.
Your own space. You're just gonna hold. Hexmas.
Literally 2. I'm 5. This is my second cycle, and I know it.
Most of them between the boyfriends. Mindset that we know, and with patience, we're going to get our time to shine. And I really think that's not going to be too far away. So let's keep those. Literally just copped a fly. Anyway.
And bring in a positive value to the community. And if it's not, I'm not saying
to bring you something special. Remember, even Santa loves a good surprise. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to one and to all. And
he knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake.
I'll see you on the next push.
All right, we'll come back in a little bit. We'll see what they're up to. I think they're wrapping up pretty soon, though. And I'll play my clip that I did here in a little bit. What type of protein is best to consume? Let's see. In here, I have grass-fed whey. So it's grass-fed whey. I just do a scoop. It's only like 15 grams. But I have like 5 eggs in there, too. So just get grass-fed whey. And don't drink too much. Like, just I use whey as like a supplement. Like, I just add it. But most of my protein in here is from raw eggs. So I'm just adding. It's also like milky and creamy and all that good stuff, too, right? But I'm not one of those that's going to drink like 60 grams of fucking raw whey. But get grass-fed raw. It's more expensive, but you just want the highest quality you can get. Liquor 43 with warm milk. Yeah, I think I had tequila. I didn't have anything else here at the office. I mean, obviously a bourbon. If you have something a little bit more smoky or vanilla-y, it's kind of like nice in the winter. But that's all I had is tequila. Oh, actually, I have some vodka here too, but I don't have that big a selection. But if you had enough cinnamon, it kind of warms it up. It's nice. Which is the only spice I have here at the office. I don't have nutmeg or anything else. But that's also good, too. Richie vid on Christmas. We might get a Richie vid on Christmas. Let me go back. Let me see if I catch all the questions here. A lot of, ECDC was saying everything's being suppressed on purpose, particularly ETH. Yeah, I've been saying that for 2 years now. ETH is being controlled and manipulated. It's being timed for what I think is coming up here. Yeah. All right, smash the like button, everybody. Everybody new out there, welcome to the channel. Links are at the top. Same Wolf Vision, everything. Wolf's Pub, Passport Pub. And, of course, a lot of alpha coming up in the first 2 quarters as we get bullish, which I think we are, is going to be on Instagram. So go to Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. It's where I'm going to drop the alpha. Because we have a lot of people that stalk the channel now, right? Like there's a lot of strange accounts in there, and they're waiting for alpha. And so I'm going to do it on Instagram. Because I don't have Instagram written anywhere in the Telegram. So you have to know from watching the show that it's Mr. St. Wolf on Telegram. Yeah? And I already follow a lot of you guys already. But Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram, that's a place to get the alpha. There's not really much alpha right now, so don't be like, where's the alpha? When it comes, it's going to come. And it'll be the bigger ones too, right? Like I'm not the main things, I think. You here for the eggnogs? Nice. New tomorrow. Yeah. Big transition coming up. I think we're about to pivot soon. I really do. I think a big pivot is coming. Oh, the eggnogs. I get you. Yeah. They're bringing back femininity, man. It's really cool. They're bringing it back. St. Wolfman, I think it's Peacock is coming to town, not Santa Claus. That's nice, man. Yeah, a lot of alts will do well. We'll see. This is an interesting Christmas story. This man saved a polar bear from a great white shark. Okay, I don't know why I associate polar bears with Christmas, but yeah, I do. But it's cool. Check it out. It's a heartwarming story. Saving polar bears.
Hang on, buddy. Stay down. Back. Get back. Go. Get off.
Okay, so he's fighting the shark off with an oar. So one thing I want to tell you guys, if you run into a polar bear in the wild, please don't chance it. You might be better off with a great white shark than a polar bear. Okay, I'm just saying. I think this was a baby polar bear, so he was okay. But normal circumstances, the polar bear will eat you. Okay, probably faster than the shark would fucking eat you. If the shark eats you, it's on an accident. If the polar bear eats you, it's because it's hungry, and they're always fucking hungry. She's got the baby polar bear.
Alright, little one, let's get this going.
It's definitely not AI.
Well,
Look at that. It's a heartwarming Christmas story.
good girl. Last line. Nice and tight.
Where'd the big
Alright,
one come
little
from?
piece coming up. One.
Were they multiplying?
Here she comes. Let it fold.
Nice, just the two of them. Hang on, hang on. Got it, easy. Hang on, buddy. Stay down. Back. Get back. Go. Get off.
It's awesome. It's like the most adorable thing ever, right?
Alright, little one, let's get this going. Here we go.
That's pretty cool. Some people are saying it's AI. I don't believe it. It's definitely not AI. This is definitely not AI.
Check my crypto portfolio and you tell me. Here's my moon bag. You tell me. I see upward charts. You see those two? Look at the car. You see who that is? That's Tiffany Falk. You think she drives in a rental? Come. You see any rental stickers here? There are none. I was an early investor in Ford Coin. Thank you very much. Now go walk home. And have fun being broke.
Nice car. Is it a rental?
All right, this is crazy. Somebody stole a Ferrari, a Purosangue, and well, just watch what happens. It's fucking crazy. I don't know if you guys saw this chase. And this is not AI. This is real. It's a nice Ferrari. He got arrested and electrocuted. Fucking geniuses.
Oh my god.
Miami's crazy. Miami's like... Miami's nuts. Miami's nuts. See, people don't understand. Like, people are saying, like, how do you lose control? How do you lose control? Look. First of all, those cars are not easy to control if you don't know what you're doing. There's a lot of power in there. Number two, if your adrenaline is spiked because cops are chasing you, and if you could be under some influence of something, combined with the fact that he may not be experienced with that car, like, yeah, you can absolutely lose traction really easily. You need to be very calm. You need to at least be experienced on that car or similar. Yeah, some of these people probably steal them. They've hardly ever driven these kind of cars.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You got to know how to speed up and brake, by the way, but it's not as simple as just like accelerating and stopping. Like, these cars are just extraordinarily powerful. Extraordinarily. And if your adrenaline's going, like, yeah, you're not gonna understand. But so no, Tesla model. Oh, he's saying somebody said the first crash into that police car might have damaged the steering or something like that. Yeah, let's see how hard that hit was in the beginning. Oh, it's damaged the traction. Oh yeah, it looks like something was going on. I think what happened is he hit the cop car, and from the sound of it, he floored it, which you don't need to do. A lot of people don't understand. You don't have to floor it, especially when it's that slow. So I think his wheels were spinning, and then his wheels caught traction, and that's what threw him off. Because a lot of power and torque, I think, hit him suddenly. I think that's what happened. Not surprised. Yeah. It's much harder than people think. Buy a Standard. It's the ultimate. What? Buy a Honda. No one will steal it. Is that what you're saying? All right. This is interesting.
I knew Americans and their food were really strange, but wait until you see what their strawberries look like. Genuinely, their strawberries
this is true. I've had the same issue before.
Inseminated with something. Why are their strawberries white on the inside? Another case in point. They are white. Why is it white? Another example of what the strawberries look like. I'm not going to say what it looks like, but you know what I'm thinking. I might head over to America in a minute. What? Why are they white? Is a side-by-side of what our UK strawberries, is that what they're called? I don't know, English strawberries look like? Versus America. They are definitely putting something in them. Strawberries are meant to be juicy, succulent, red. Americans, I hate to tell you, but I think they're putting something in your strawberries because that is not a strawberry. It's just not. It's not. Why is it white in the inside? Hell is going on over America? I would love to go over there, but seeing this is what fruits look like over there, I'm concerned about what they're injecting into those things.
Yeah. Well, they're saying like they're just different because of climate, blah, blah, blah. But nah, there's something not right because I remember eating strawberries. You know, I've been traveling a lot and I've gotten like fresh strawberries or even strawberries here. Like they're really good. We got a turkey this Thanksgiving and it was crazy. Because the person who made it had never made a turkey before. And I was like, this is not going to go over well. It was like expat Thanksgiving. And we opened up the turkey, and it was like looked like it cooked really well. And I took a bite. And I swear to you, I've never had turkey before in my life, apparently. Because that was amazing, whatever I ate. And it was from a local farm here. And they got the whole turkey. So it was like a lot bigger. You guys saw it in the picture. Yeah, it was a whole turkey. And it was unbelievable. It was so good. And I was like, wait a minute, I've been eating turkey my whole life. I've never had a turkey that tastes like what I just ate. And so there's definitely something up with the food. And you don't realize it till you live outside and then you're eating food and you're just like, oh, this is what turkeys taste like. Oh, they're delicious. And they're juicy, by the way. They actually are. They're not dry and weird. Gross. Lonely guys turning to strawberries now. Yeah, she's pretty cute, right? She could definitely inspire some people to get into strawberries.
And their food were really strange.
Coffee hits an empty stomach.
Coffee. All right.
Zone people safe from potential
Australia,
radical
France, and
Islamic
Germany have now canceled Christmas events and New Year's Eve fireworks. Now, this is on the news. I don't know if they're being incendiary. Is this true? Some of you guys can confirm this. Have they really canceled Christmas Eve events and New Year's events?
welcomed into their country. Think about that. France has let in so many Middle East and North African migrants that they can no longer assemble in crowds. We're watching one of the most beautiful countries and cultures in the world commit suicide, and this threat has now spread all over the West. This is not singular to Australia or France. It is everywhere now, including in Germany, where many are too scared to go to the country's many famous Christmas markets because they are now so dangerous. They're such a target for radical Islamists. Take a listen to the details from this report.
Terrorists have struck 7 European Christmas markets since 2014, 3 in France and 4 in Germany, all carried out by men of Muslim or Middle Eastern backgrounds. Authorities arrested 5 men suspected of planning attack number 8 in Germany last week. One of them, a Muslim cleric from a German mosque who urged his followers to kill as many people as possible.
Yeah, attack number 8 foiled. There was another attack in Poland on a Christmas market foiled as well. The one in Germany, a Muslim cleric that left Egypt to move to Germany, moving to a country which tolerantly allows him to work at a mosque, to have a mosque. And what does he do when he gets to Germany and he's saved by the West? He begins indoctrinating other Muslims to murder as many Christians as they possibly.
All right, I don't know what this is from, but yeah, that sucks if that's true. Well, here where I live, Christmas markets are in full effect. We don't have any issues like that where I live, which is nice, which is why I chose it. Yeah, that's true. Globalists don't like. Yeah, look, I mean, people in those countries, they voted for immigration, right? Like people in Germany, they're not slaves. They voted for the leaders they have. And so in a way, they chose their destiny, right? And you've invited in a group that is extraordinarily hostile. So it is what it is. You know, you kind of have to learn to live with them now. And Australia, too. Once again, they vote for their leaders. France, I mean, look, it's part of voting, you know. I hope they figure it out. I think it'd be kind of sad. Christmas markets are very cool. Hope they're not canceling New Year's Eve fireworks, too. That's crazy. That'd be nuts. All right, Charlie Lee said he regrets ever creating Litecoin and wishes he just bought Bitcoin instead. I didn't watch this clip yet. I don't know what he's talking about. Let's see what's going on.
My advice for myself would just to be, I think this would be surprising to a lot of people, but would just to be buy Bitcoin, store it away, don't sell anything, and don't do anything else related to crypto, and just sit on it and be anonymous. That would be my advice.
So don't follow in your footsteps.
Correct. Like,
I mean,
creating Litecoin did not really make me more money. It was a lot of headache. Yeah, it was. Yeah, just if you just buy Bitcoin, keep it away, stay anonymous, sit on it, don't sell anything, it would be better off. My advice for myself would just to be, I think this would be surprising to a lot of people, but which is to be buy Bitcoin.
Interesting. He sold his entire stack at the 2017 top like a Chad. Interesting. Does that mean Litecoin's about to have an epic run?
My advice for my, and don't do anything else related to crypto, and just sit on it and be anonymous. That would be my advice.
so don't follow in your footsteps.
Correct. Like,
I mean,
creating Litecoin did not really make me more money. It was a lot of headache. Yeah, it was. Yeah, just if you just buy Bitcoin, keep it away, stay anonymous, sit on it, don't sell anything, it would be better off.
Interesting.
My advice.
They say everyone eventually becomes a Bitcoiner. What do you guys think about that? Voted for this. Rigged elections? No. Well, in order to rig elections, it had to be close enough for them to rig. Remember that. Like, they can't rig it when it's extraordinarily far apart, right? Where it was close enough where they could rig it, if that makes sense. Bottoms in for Litecoin. No, you're 100% right. Now I'm thinking I'm bullish on Litecoin after hearing that. Like, I'm thinking now must be the time to go in on Litecoin. You guys see my tree? Not bad looking, right? Everyone eventually becomes a Bitcoiner. So this post just came in. Eventually everyone becomes a Hexican. Sunlight. That's awesome. All right, let's read this. Raul Pool just dropped a brutal warning for 2026. Okay, by the way, you guys know I'm not a... is this thing really big? Why did it get so big? I'm not a Raul Paul fan, okay? Whatever his name is. You guys know that. Okay, I'm not a fan. I think he's going to get people wrecked. I think he's paid to get people wrecked. I think that's his job. All right. I don't know who pays him, but somebody pays him. Most people have been around for a while. Own BTC. My noobs are Bitcoin maxis unless they're already multimillionaires. Since everything can destroy our culture, customs. Yeah, that's 100% correct. That is 100% correct. That's what happened to India probably a couple thousand years ago. I'll make a video about that one day. You guys have heard my theory, right? That India is not the past, it's the future. It's the globalist dream where you'll literally eat vegetables and dung and be happy. You have nothing. And I think there was a time in the past where it was a diverse place with amazing technology and strong cultures and masculine and feminine polarity. And now it's just an androgynous, place of sadness, and that's the globalist dream. They just have a billion slaves. That's what they want to do, right? The elites, they want to create slaves. Smell funny. So you're seeing it happen in real time to the West, right? It takes many generations to do it, but that's what they're doing. Yeah, you already see they have insect farms and all this stuff. So in the future, another country somewhere else, probably in the East, they'll look and go like, look at those people. They eat insects and whatever and blah, 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 right? Just like we look over there and we go like, look, they're eating vegetables and dung and whatever, blah, blah, blah. India had the most gold for the British Empire. Yeah, I mean, they were something, and then something happened, which is what's happening right now to the West. You're watching it happen in real time. 2026 won't wreck you. Altcoin season will. Raul Paul says the real danger isn't a crash. It's watching your feed explode with people screaming, I made 20x in 30 days, and FOMO aping into garbage trades. Most people who chase those gains lose everything. His survival rules: ignore FOMO, avoid leverage, hold real assets like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Want to gamble? Fine. Keep your DGen bag at 5-10% max, no more. 2026 will expose who has discipline and who gets wiped. Read that again. Okay. Let's listen to this, and I'll give you guys my take, okay?
That's the killer. And just to finish off, Raul, you mentioned one of your most important academic theses a bit earlier, and that's don't fuck this up. So 2026,
very loud, is it?
How do people avoid fucking it up when it comes to their portfolio allocations, and all these?
So the hardest thing that will probably happen in 2026 is altcoin season. And you'll see endless posts on X that I've made a 20x in a month, and you'll be chasing everybody else's returns. Most of those people don't make it. Through my entire career, and I've been in the investing industry for 35 years, almost nobody can make a job as a short-term trader. Almost nobody. And so you've got to realize that. So therefore, don't get caught up in the FOMO narrative. That's the killer. It kills retail investors every time. But if they just held Bitcoin or ETH or Solana, whatever, or a basket of them, and did nothing, they would outperform 99.9% of shorter-term traders. So the don't fuck this up really is hold high-quality assets, don't FOMO into stuff. If you want to have a DGen bag, keep it to 5 or 10% of your holdings so you can have fun in the market and feel like you're active, because you're actually not doing anything with your main holdings. Don't use leverage. October showed us yet again that leverage looks so delightful and so alluring, and leverage on a 80-volt asset is a ticket to bankruptcy.
Yeah, he definitely has some good points there. Be careful with leverage. Absolutely. Now, he talks about staying in assets like Bitcoin, ETH, and Solana.
A bit earlier, and that's don't fuck this up. So 2026, how do people avoid fucking it up when it comes to their portfolio allocations, and all these?
So
who sounds like something?
The hardest thing that will probably happen in 2026 is altcoin season.
So here's what I think that could happen. I'll show you guys also on the charts, okay? I think we're going to get a run in alts, okay? I think it's going to be an epic altcoin season, all right? But not altcoin season like from the past. You have to be positioned correctly. Altcoin seasons of the past are over. Maybe in a Shemitah year like 2028, you're going to get a thing where a lot of things run because there'll be so much liquidity. But I wouldn't count on anything like that. You have to be positioned correctly. That's why you had some people some KOLs. This is why I don't like KOLs who were like, oh, we didn't get altcoin season. Well, yeah, there was an altcoin season. We had altcoin season, and it was amazing. The people that are positioned incorrectly think a thing didn't happen. Even though it happened, they just weren't positioned for it. They were not prepared for it. My buddy, okay, he had 6 figures in Pulse Chain. He took it out. I'm not going to give you like tons of details about it because I know you guys watch or whatever. But he put money in elsewhere, okay, and he made a lot of money in Solana and some other projects. And he bought a G-Wagon, and he just bought I don't remember how many $1 million house, $2 million house in Portugal. And he wants me to come out and stay with him in like January, February. And he sent me pictures of it. It's unbelievable. All right. He did like something like a 15x, and he was moving like 6 figures. All right. And he took his money out of Pulse Chain, and we had to talk about that. I was like, bro, I think it's going to do amazing. He's like, yeah, I'm not. He told me, he's like, I'm not feeling it. He was right. He was right. All right. And so altcoin season happened for him, but it didn't happen, let's say, for me. Right. So altcoin season did happen. You had to be positioned correctly. And I'll show you his house. Like, he's literally over the moon with how much money he made in crypto. All right. Because he was positioned correctly. And we didn't fight each other. He knows I'm down, on Pulse Chain, whatever. He's pretty cool about it, but he's kind of like, he wants me to come out and stay at his house. And I'm going to tell you, it's not easy. It's not going to be easy for me to come to his house. I'm going to be happy for him. I'm going to go. I don't want to be a jackass, but just seeing the pictures he sent was like crazy, because I remember helping him take the money out of Pulse Chain. And then he positioned differently. He took that money, even at a loss, because he was down from the 100K he originally put in. He had lost some, but he made back unbelievable amounts more by, like, I don't remember what he did. I think he was in Solana and some Binance plays or something like that. I'll ask him exactly how he positioned, but he did really well. And he has like friends that he listens to as well. So, altcoin season did happen, right? And I think going forward, my point is that it's going to happen again, but on a much bigger scale. But once again, there's too many tokens, and you have to be positioned correctly. All right, you do have to be positioned correctly, and you're going to need to look for hype. You're going to need to know what's happening. Obviously, I think Pulse Chain is going to have its time. My only concern is this now going forward. Now, I think BTC is going to have another run up, and then dominance will fall away. I think the way this might work is that, and we'll talk about it more at the charts, but a lot of people now are going to be selling alts into Bitcoin because a lot of people are expecting the bear market is here. And I think that's how maybe they're going to get everybody. They're going to get everybody languishing in Bitcoin or Solana or Sui or possibly Ethereum, and maybe those don't run. Maybe ETH does. Maybe ETH has some kind of run, but not as much as people think. Maybe the real run comes actually in altcoins, not BTC, ETH, and Solana, which is what I think most people are expecting, right? So, by maybe Raul's paid to like get people like a certain shepherd into BTC, ETH, and Sol, and then the elites are going to pump alts. All right, finally, because that's what's busted down. Now, my only concern here, as we'll talk about it, is the Heartman waiting for a 3x on Ethereum? Because does it do a 3x? I don't know. Yeah, actually at 3x power, I think ETH could get to 6K. Maybe it does. It just doesn't go as high as people think until 2028. Maybe that's what it's going to be, where alts are doing like 10, 20, 30x, but ETH only does a 2 or 3x. That could be something that happens. All right, let's listen to what Buffett also has to say.
For the world, and we wouldn't want to be owning anything that we thought was in a currency that was really going to hell. And that's the big thing we worry about with the United States currency. I mean, the tendency of a government to want to debase its currency over time there's no system that beats that. You can pick dictators, you can pick representatives, you can do anything. But the people, there will be a push toward weaker currencies. And of course, that is, I mentioned very briefly in the annual report that the fiscal policy is what scares me in the United States, because it's made the way it is. And all the motivations are to doing a lot of things that will can cause trouble with money. But that's not limited to the United States.
All right, what he's getting at is that he's concerned about the dollar strength and the fact that the yen is going to be moving up is something he's concerned about. And I think that is something that could be coming here right on the horizon starting tomorrow, this yen carry trade, and that a lot of people are moving into the yen and risk assets are going to come down, which I think could be very possible, but I also think that could be the pivot point for us as well, that maybe we do get one last drop, which is possible. Maybe we get like one last capitulation here on all risk assets, and then we rock it maybe next week or whatever it is. So this weekend we go in, maybe it's like blood this weekend. Everyone thinks it's going to be Black Monday, blah, blah, but actually we do a reversal next week and everything rips. And we'll look more at that in a bit. But he's concerned about the government. He's concerned about the destruction of the dollar, which is good and bad. I mean, it's bad because it is what it is, but it's good because if you hold risk assets, that's your hedge, right? So dollar coming down, Bitcoin going up, altcoins going up, etc. The right altcoins going up, right? Yes, and the reason we don't have normal alt seasons like we used to is because back in the day there wasn't that many tokens, so everything could go up. There's too many projects right now. And just look even on Pulse Chain, right? I mean, there's like 4 tickers for the Heartman, right? So it's hard to make everything go up at one time in an environment like that. So I think I'm going to stay in touch with some people I know between Miami and New York and see where the hype's at. And we'll see where, how to position. And then obviously we'll focus on where to position on Pulse Chain as well. What are the best sentiment indicators of BTC cycle top? What did I say this? Okay.
They're going to be wildly wealthy, wildly happy, wildly fulfilled in about a year and a half, but they just don't realize it yet.
In theory, if someone were a billionaire and they had like all this money, why wouldn't they just buy more of the thing they liked instead of dumping the thing they liked? Like if Bezos bought shares in Amazon, would you be pissed off? If Apple does a stock buyback and they buy more of their own shares in their company back from the public, which is a way to turn earnings into yield for the shareholders, do you get mad and yell at Apple? And so we had to come up with a word for this fan fiction fantasy, which is the opposite of a rug pull, called a magic carpet ride. And so if you're worried about risk of a rug pull, what weighted value have you given the risk of a magic carpet ride? And it's just hilarious to me.
There's a lot of people right now, they're going to be wildly wealthy,
Hello.
wildly happy, wildly fulfilled in about a year and a half, but they just don't realize it yet.
In theory.
Interesting. Oh, there's another video. This is about Pulse Chain stats. He writes, Richard Hart sounds confident more than ever on Pulse Chain than he ever has. This doesn't sound like a man who wants to go down with the rest of the ship and lose. This doesn't sound like a man who has given up. This sounds like a man who's beyond passionate about what he's built, that wants all the glory he can achieve and will do anything and everything to get what he wants. Right. Let's listen to it.
It should become more. Yeah, you just keep trying. And then at some point, you're what's left. And everyone else has fallen by the wayside and disappeared and aren't talked about and aren't doing live streams and aren't releasing new technology and aren't doing new and awesome things with no competitors. We're doing it better. It just takes a little time. And by the way, Bitcoin doesn't have an on-chain exchange and hasn't for 15 years. Pulse Chain does, right? So like the stuff we have is better than what Bitcoin has. If you keep doing the right thing, it should become more valuable than it in a world where the better stuff gets rewarded. And in a world where it doesn't get rewarded, you should still be a lot higher than you are now, in my opinion. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't, predict prices. I don't make forward-looking statements very much, particularly on things that I've founded. Basically never. I don't make forward-looking statements just because the stuff's good enough on its own. You don't have to make unqualified guesses that no one can know the answer to. I know that if you have better tech and you do marketing and there's more potential, that's about all you can ask for. And we do have better tech, and we do have more potential. And where's Satoshi's video? He's not doing one. I'm doing one. So, man, it takes a lot of time to read your guys' questions. My God. All right. So, long story short, provex.com, provex.info, Hex, Pulse Chain, PulseX. You just more things keep integrating in the stack. You've got on-chain exchange. You've got time-locked value storage. You've got consensus network that's higher throughput, lower fees. Now you're going to have new technology nobody else has. Nobody else is tokenized. Nobody else has that much pricing power. Cool stuff, right? And then eventually you run out of things to build, and you just have more than enough, and you're just waiting for the tinder to hit. When I say tinder, I don't mean the website. I mean the kindling, the stuff that creates a fire. If you have all that infrastructure, if you have all the greatness, if you've had a bunch of weekends get shaken out, if it's the bottom, if everything's nuked, right? I think it amplifies potential. So I really think that this ecosystem just needs a little marketing. That's it.
Interesting. Yeah, man. So, by the way, guys, if I seem a little out of it, I am under the weather. I woke up with a sore throat and a thing, and just took like some flu medicine, stuff like that. I'm sure the tequila didn't help. Kind of feel the head pressure coming back. Maybe it was the tequila. I forgot I'm like on cold medicine right now. So, rumored alert from Pep Lord. By the way, that was from Pulse Chain Stats, the last one. So this from Pep Lord. He says, RH wallets with Tornado Cash 100 ETH origins are heating up. From December 3rd through the 9th, we've seen notable movement. 6 wallets that bridged in 400K each in August have begun rotating into PulseX and Pulse, mostly PulseX. Early rotations were 2 to 10K buys, while the more recent wallets are scaling in slower, $200 to 1K after the first move was front run and sold off quickly. Here's what matters. There are many more Tornado origin wallets with similar sized assets that bridged into Pulse Chain during the same period, and none of them have rotated in yet. If they start moving next, you already know what comes after. Nice. So yeah, I mean, look, RH has a lot of wallets. When stuff starts to happen, stuff's going to start to happen. This is an old one, by the way, like a week ago. But I think it's important to remember that he has all these wallets, and he's just done a tiny amount, okay? But when he starts rotating in, I think in a way he's kind of letting you know, too, that, look, this is going on. He knows that people can see this, all right? This fact that, Pep Lord wrote this, it's not like he broke some, thing and nobody could decipher it. No. There's people that know all these wallets, right? And RH is aware of it. He's making sure we see this so that we understand that, hey, I'm out here. I can rotate more. And you want to be here when he starts to rotate more. So, think of it what you will. So Hex Scout, that's a website apparently. Let me go. Whoa. What the fuck was that? If I come here, I'll go to this website really quick. So it was pretty much like a Hex type front end. You know what's crazy? I've never been on this website before in my life. So I don't even know who this guy is. I didn't know who he was. I had to ask in the Telegram, like, who is Hex Scout? So I'd never even been to that website before. But apparently it's a Hex front end. He says, we're discontinuing operation of the Hex Scout DApp. A transfer to interested third parties may be possible in principle. They say the decision is not related to current market conditions or price performance. It's based solely on the absence of substantive and strategic alignment with the current ecosystem management and the resulting lack of sufficient orientation for continued involvement. Bro, if that's how you write and talk, we'll talk about that. That's another subject altogether. He says, feedback and proposals regarding the structural and operation development of the ecosystem were submitted repeatedly and in substantive form. No material consideration followed under these circumstances. No material consideration followed. Under these circumstances, we see no basis for continued support. Wow. Can we have a moment of silence for Hex Scout? And there's more. And they've written more. They actually wrote more. I don't know if I can make it through this with a serious. I'm going to need more tequila. I need a lot more tequila. Oh, that tequila fucked up my cold medicine. My eyes are like burning now. Oh, okay. The withdrawal of a significant altruistic contributor may be interpreted as an indicator that the current development path is not sustainable in key areas. Oh, I got to change how I read this. Change my voice a little bit. Whether this leads to meaningful adjustment or further development remains to be seen. Should a clear and structurally professional direction emerge in the future that provides renewed orientation and a reliable perspective for committed supporters, we expressly reserve the right to reassess our involvement. We thank all users of the Hex Scout DApp and all those who supported our onboarding efforts. Heart, hands in prayer. Our withdrawal should not be understood as a rejection of the ecosystem as a whole, but as a consequence of the current conditions. Green God candles may already be sufficient for many, but they are not what motivated our work. Temporary God candles, in fact, require only a single factor. If the foundation is primarily based on this dynamic, the cost will be recurring outcomes. The cost will be recurring outcomes that ultimately mean one thing above all else: evaporated exit liquidity. May this serve in the end as a learning experience for all of us who are holders and who place our trust in Richard Hart Wynn, and may the ecosystem ultimately emerge strengthened in a sustainable way. That's definitely not AI written, man. You are seeing into the mind of madness. I love the way we reserve the right to get back in later. I know it's pretty funny, right? Like, my thing is like, I mean, I don't know these people, right? But I'd be like, please don't come back. Bear market killing off good community members one by one, pretty sad. I've never heard of this person. I've never seen their app before in my life. And after reading this post, I don't ever want to use their products in the future. We reserve the right to buy back higher. It's an ultimatum, Richard. Hex Scout. Hex Scout, thank you for your service. We'll see you, buddy. They're assessing things. And the withdrawal of a significant altruistic contributor. Who's this altruistic contributor that withdrew? Hex Scout must be fun at parties. Yeah, exactly. What a bunch of fucking weirdos, man. Good God. Who talks like this? I mean, look, maybe they're developers, and once again, all respect. I knew a few developers, and they're definitely out there, right? Like, we see, like, 414 talks in a very interesting way. So, I mean, you know, a lot of times they have, they're not always the most socially, whatever, right? Like, they don't go to parties and socialize that much. So I feel it, you know. I mean, I'm being a little hard on them, taking a bit of a piss, but they could have taken this and put it in AI and say, hey, AI, can you make this sound more human? And read it. Actually, you know, it's not that it sounds bad. It sounds great. I think it's just the context that it's in crypto, in an ecosystem where, with Richard Hart, where, you know, no expectation of the work of others, and, you know, it's this Wild West frontier. It's actually an appropriately well-written thing if we were in maybe, you know, an engineering company, or like where everybody had some say in this, or, you know, some political campaign where everybody had their voice to be heard. But that's not the situation. It's like like well written, but it's inappropriate for the situation is all it is. It doesn't have situational awareness, I think, and also it doesn't have the awareness of the fact that most people don't know who you are either. That's all it is. Okay, yeah. But it's well written, actually. So once again, all due respect, like, it is well written. It's just in the wrong context, in the wrong culture, in the wrong place, is all it is. Oh, I didn't even put the stream link in, man. Let me dump it in. I don't know if you guys are chilling out there. Hey, buddy. Oh, what happened to the screen? Oh, shit. Did my thing just get wrecked? Okay, hang on. I'm going to put it in the Telegram group. So, what did somebody just post some long? Musical Love. What is this? New song released? Surf RX? Oh, I thought your Christmas speech was it, but there's more? No more. Oh. Okay, I don't know what that means. Yeah, so go to the Telegram. There's something in there. The screen's gone. Oh, okay. I thought something went wrong. I was like, what happened? Where was I? Okay, there we go. All right, good stuff. All right. So link is in the Telegram if you guys have some time. What's up, Fast Crypto 7? Hex2 Live. Nice to meet you. I've never seen you before. Trey Skates. That's right. Smash the likes, everybody. Thank you, Crypto 7. Appreciate that. Richard Harder, any man does not respond well to ultimatums. Yeah, is there an ultimatum in here? Because they wrote it so, technical. Like, was it? May this serve in the end as a learning experience for all of us who place trust. Well, I'm going to say this, man. I'm going to say this. And just to be honest with you, like, I'm not particularly a ruthless person, but I told you guys I grew up with a lot of guys that became traders, and they are ruthless. Okay, I've hung out in Wall Street. You guys know I've talked about my friends work at hedge funds and shit. Very successful. The few friends I have, they're people that survived 2008. They're like the guys that didn't get fired, and they got promoted into hedge funds. So they're very, very talented guys, extraordinary. And I just happen to, by like weird fluke of luck, know these guys closely, partied with them, hung out. I've been on the floors. I've been in the hedge fund offices, and they're ruthless, man. They really are fucking ruthless people. Like, it's like I've been in that world, like the movie American Psycho. Like, I've been at those dinner tables. I've been at those luncheons, in Manhattan and stuff. And it really is like that. These guys, a lot of these guys do talk like that. They don't have a soul, some of these guys. And when this guy says, may this serve in the end as a learning experience for all of us who are holders and who place trust in Richard Hart win. Okay, dude, you're in crypto, bro. You're not even in Wall Street when I just explained to you how ruthless it was. You shouldn't be placing your trust in anybody. You should be trusting in a way the code. Does the code work? And, can this investment work out? But the idea of putting your trust in a man, I got to say, no matter, if you guys like Richard Hart, don't, da-da-da-da. I just don't think like that. I think men are fallible and things can change. I've seen men go off the deep end, right? I've seen dudes that are normal, and next year I see them, they're like addicted to some drug or something. You know what I mean? Like people are people, and men are men. And you can never say that you would put your trust in this guy who has said repeatedly, like, I don't owe you anything. You don't work for me. I don't work for you. Like, why would you say that you placed your trust in this guy? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Like, what he's doing, I'm really into. Like you guys have heard, like, I'm invested in Meta. Because it just goes up. It goes up into the right only. I don't know much about Zuckerberg. I don't really care about him, right? Like, I would never put my trust in the guy necessarily, right? You can't think like that. But in the way you can, like I think Richard Hart Wynn's a really interesting guy. I really think he's trying to do some cool stuff in the world. But I wouldn't go as far as to say, like, I'm here because I trust this person, right? I'm here because I think the product can do really well and what he's building could do really well. But to come at it from that point of view, like, so butthurt, like this was some personal relationship. And I see, in the last couple months, a lot of people have had this sentiment, where they're leaving the ecosystem and they hate Richard Hart and their trust was broken. And like, dude, nobody established trust with, from this crypto founder to us. Like, I don't know if there was. I wasn't there in the early Hex days, so I don't know what went down. Was he like you guys' buddy or friend? I don't know that guy. I just remember seeing a guy running around in Gucci and stuff. So I never was like, I never was going to put my trust in a guy who ran around in Dior and Gucci track outfits, right? I don't know the old Richard some of you guys maybe met. All I know is this guy was like dancing around. I'm like, cool, he's trying to get attention. Definitely not going to trust this guy, but his product's probably going to be great because, like, it just seemed like an interesting character. But yeah, like, these are investments and you're in a risky part of the world. So, I'm sorry you placed your trust and you felt like your trust was broken. But that was not part of the deal. I don't think that's part of the deal with any investment, really. Unless you're like investing in real estate with your family or something and you're working with your cousins or brothers. Apparently saying there's a withdrawal of a significant altruistic contributor. Chat, maybe you guys know who this altruistic contributor is. They were sick when school did commas and full stops. T-shirt ladder screen. A lot of the early Mexicans felt they were close to him, I believe. Okay, cool. Interesting. I don't know if I know any of them, though. I do know a Mexican who's met him before, like in person. Like I've met this guy in person, or what have you. But he also lost all his money. So because he came in, he wasn't like early, right? He says feedback and proposals regarding the structural and operation development are submitted repeatedly. Feedback and proposals regarding. Okay, so I think they thought they had some say in what was being built, and I don't remember that being part of the deal either, right? The structural and operational development of the ecosystem, which is a little weird. Like I don't remember Richard Hart ever making a thing that, hey, this is a community project and you guys get to have a say in how this works. That really didn't happen. Or it's not the vibe I got. Basically in the absence of substantive and strategic alignment with the current ecosystem management. Huh. Interesting. I think this is a type of bottom signal, I'll be totally honest. I don't see this as, oh man. I don't mean bottom. I mean, we could go lower. But I mean, in the sense that a very powerful reversal is imminent. I'll say it like that. Okay. Smash the like, everybody, if you're out there. When you get in some real alpha right here. I got to move before I lose my throat, too, because, like I said, I woke up kind of sick. Richard Hart is playing the victim in a problem he created himself. I brought in many entrepreneurs, invested seven-figure sums. What the founder would blame the community for the chart looking like the way it does. Yeah, like Richard Hart was saying something about blaming the community, like on some of the things. Like, I don't take all that stuff too seriously, to be honest. Like, he has a lot of obligations that we can't understand. He's under the gun of a lot of guns that we don't see. Like, we don't understand why he might have to say the things he does or why he says the things he does, if that makes sense. I just look at what a man does, you know what I mean? Some things he says, he's being watched carefully too, guys. Like, maybe he has to frame things the way he does for a reason. I hope that makes sense. Your team is amazing. A lot of people seem bummed out, so a lot of people were using this. It's crazy. I'd never even heard of this before. Well, that's not good. One of the main sites I was promoting all the time. Oh, interesting. Corey Costa says, basically, Richard is a terrible leader. Yes, this is very true. So a lot of people are really upset, right? They're gone. I'm understanding what you said, but there was something said years ago, someone will need to take my place. The community ended up shattering this. You said it's nothing to do with market conditions. Yeah, a lot of people are really bummed about it. So I think to me it sounded like they didn't feel heard going off what they were writing in there. Like they wanted to make a contribution to what was going on and they couldn't get their voice being heard in there. It sounds like possibly what's going on. So, lack of sufficient orientation. You're on the Hex site in the links tab. Did you want to be directly on the home page instead? No material consideration followed. You saying reason 2 you're walking away is because your ideas and feedback didn't get implemented? Sounds forward of you. Casanova. Yeah, somebody's saying would be nice if Richard would give incentives for people to build on Pulse Chain like BNB did and Base. What's up? Yo, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Yeah, I'm all right. I kind of got like a winter flu, cold thing. But yeah, a lot of people were sick. I was supposed to do like a poker night, and then I was like, I'm just sick. And
yeah, I had to pick up one of my kids from school today because he puked.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's there.
Yeah. Let's hopefully get some sleep tonight, and should be fine. Why is there? Okay. Wait, is that your background, or did I turn that on for you by accident?
That's my background.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, good to see you. You wearing black for the holidays, or did somebody die?
I've gone with black. Yeah,
Okay,
it's a black Christmas.
I got black too, so what else am I gonna say?
Goes with everything.
Does go with everything. Crypto7 says, did you hear Ivan on Tech say lots of cryptos down more than Hex and Pulse Chain? No. Send me a link to that clip, though, and I'll throw it on Crypto7. Yeah. Yeah, we were just covering this, the Hex Scout thing. I know it's kind of like old news already, but I think it was kind of like a lot of thought.
It's significant because Richard replied to them,
that's right.
More or less, right?
Where's his reply, though? That's why I saved it, because I saw Richard's reply. But where's his reply?
Well, it's not him replying to them, it's him talking about them, right? So if you go to Richard Hart, and then you'll see him talk about Hex Scout, how they were listed on the webpage. Like they actually had a link on hex.com. They were the second link. And they told them, basically told them to suck it up.
There we go.
There we go.
That's
this post here.
So he replied to their message in that order, or?
I think so. Well, I think they've been posting ultimatums for a while.
Ultimatums?
So oh, totally.
What kind of ultimatums?
Well, basically, like demanding that he do specific things to support the ecosystem, right? So one, like they kind of they didn't make it, but they like sponsored or pushed forward like a new bridge. There's a bridge where you can bridge USDT from Hyperlink. It's the Hyperlink bridge. Not that much traffic on there, and they wanted him to support it. That was one of their demands. They want him to make. Wanted him to make various funds for the community, do different things. They wanted him to appear on the screen regularly, like not bad things, right? Just the things that like other people probably want too, but like they made it as an ultimatum, right? So it'd be like if I went on X and was like, okay, Richard, I'm shutting down all my protocols unless you live stream tomorrow and mention my protocols, right? Like if that would work, I would do it, but it would definitively not work. I would just get blocked, and it wouldn't help anything.
Yeah, you might. Look, I'm getting the vibe here. I found one. He says, so Ivan wrote, Hexagons and Pulse, this is October, but Hexagons and Pulsicans, a silent moment for you. An average bull run from halving to top is 481 days. We're now 548 days from the halving. Yet the Hex and PLS are still waiting for their promised 1000X. They're waiting for 5 years soon. Your bag may be heavy, but think about theirs. Love, unity, compassion, and love. Yeah, this is around that time I made my October video, the bear post, where I was explaining to you guys that I think we're going to have some nasty times, and technically the cycle's over. Yeah. And then Hex
and we did.
And it's been some rough times.
Definitively have nasty times.
Dear Ivan, this is from Hex Scout. Dear Ivan, we're building so many amazing things. Our ecosystem is growing and growing. Nothing can stop what's coming. We will be the tsunami everyone could have heard long in advance. If only they had listened more closely. Follow us and witness growth on repeat in the coming weeks and months. Well,
yeah, and they made it like a month past that, and then they gave up.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's not very inspirational.
So Richard says,
but like they just did this bridge thing. They were talking about that like not that long ago. I made some like farms for them and stuff on request. Like they were like actively participating, but then like, oh no, Richard Hart didn't respond to my message.
Yeah.
So then they're pulling the plug. But there could be other reasons. Like I feel like it's money, straight up.
Yeah, everybody's going broke. Yeah.
Yeah. And these guys running these stat sites, like things like Hex Scout, right? Like it's not free to run, right? Like first, like serious time commitment, and then like, if they're getting a lot of views, then they're gonna get they're gonna have high infrastructure costs. Like it might cost like $400 or $500 a month to keep that site up, not including any assuming that they're doing the labor themselves, right?
Yeah, I hear you. No, I mean it comes down to just everyone's been broken and broke. Yeah. For sure. It's a real thing. I mean, this stuff costs money. It's not free, and
totally.
There's a reason why a lot of chains are successful. Yeah, I mean, people got to get paid. or the chain does so well that, whatever, So Richard Hart says, a lesson in cry fagging. Can you imagine how cool it would be if Hex or Pulse Chain were listed on the homepage of Ethereum's homepage? It'd be cool, but they're not. So let's look at hex.com and click the second link in the menu, links, and look at the second front end link, Hex Scout, it says. So you'd think that would be cool, right? Nope, that website says it's not enough. Over and over again, people come and people go. All kinds of stats sites came and went. Wallets came and went. Everyone with their own particular kind of cry fagging. But you know what never went anywhere at all? Me. Okay, it's true. It's true. But he does have all the, all the cash, so to speak, right? Like, I get what you're saying. Like, all these other stat sites that came, they're like, no money to be made. And, yeah, they went, right? So I totally get that point. Over and over again, I've learned that when you bleed awareness to others, it's only a matter of time that they will peace out, usually with some max extraction and some insults. So over the years, you just have to keep publishing that you must have no expectations over others and you must be the change you wish to see in the world. Anyway, drama aside, anyone can do anything you like, but if you've been featured as a number 2 front end on a core website forever, really there's no space to be insulting on the way out. Lol. Okay, it was one of the main things here. Okay.
Yeah, and
enough.
like there's not very many things featured on there, right? Like, and he barely ever mentions anybody else's anything at all.
Yeah.
So like, being on like hex.com, it's kind of a big deal. So we'll see what happens, but like, I don't know. I know other guys with stat sites, like Crispy Man has his own stat site. Like, we could just move hexfire.io right to hex.com, and that will be just fine.
Sure, yeah. Also, as I read it, they're just continuing the DApp. Maybe they have other features people like that aren't in the DApp, but they can feel free to chime in. Deprecating a feature would be rather dramaless, but for the personal insults towards me, lol. So people are offering to build more stuff. Yeah, man, a lot of these people have been wrecked. They've done a lot of work and they've been wrecked financially and also in a lot of ways. I mean, completely wrecked at a time when other chains are very successful, right? So, I feel their pain too, right? I'm not. Yeah, it's tough, man. So, feel them. Yo, what's going on, pups? Everyone's coming over here from Twitch. What's up, DJ Cryptomatic? They had a Christmas special.
I was watching his Christmas special. You were on there.
Yeah, it was very cool, man. And I tried to hold off. I had to cover the chart, so I kind of held off for a while. I didn't know how long it was going to go because I didn't want to step on what you guys don't. But glad you guys came over here. Good to see you. Wookie on Chain, what's going on? Sandy Beach, how's it going? Yeah, good to see you. I saw it on Wookie. I think Cabana was less stressed. What's going on? He's got a good DJ Cryptomatic's got a strong following over there on Twitch. Actually, it was good. So you guys go over there and follow him. Check it out. It was a good stream, and I'll play some clips from it in a little bit here. I'm gonna have to take a break here anyway. I need to take some more cold medicine. I don't think tequila and cold medicine are a good mix, actually, and I'm kind of feeling.
I think specifically on the bottom bottle, it doesn't say tequila, but it probably says like alcohol. It's not.
Alcohol.
You shouldn't combo.
I kind of did,
but yes, it depends what you're going for.
Yeah, well, when you got to look at charts, it's just a little delulu. It'd be fine if we were just sitting.
Do you guys have the good cough medicine, like the pseudoephedrine stuff?
No, in Poland they did. Poland is awesome, dude. You can just get codeine from the local pharmacy, and
nice.
It's a very high trust culture because they don't, it really is, and I like that because I'm a really trustworthy guy. So like you'd go in to buy like cough syrup, and it's high levels of codeine in their cough syrup, and they'll ask you like, have you bought any recently? And then you tell them no, and they go, okay, you can only buy this today. You can't go buy more. And you're like, yes, I won't buy more. And then you go, and then you leave, and you go to another place, and you do the same thing. I mean, you could. I'm just saying you don't do that. But it's legit code, like full.
But
on.
They won't sell you a case of them. You can't buy 25 bottles at the same time.
No, but you could. You would just have to go to 20 different pharmacies. It's all like a trust system, there. Here in Prague, because it's a party city, Czechs are party animals. Okay. Polish are definitely more professional, like the culture. So here, they don't trust anybody. Like, everything's very controlled in a lot of ways. But everything's cool. Like everything, everything's decriminalized and legal and stuff. But you can't just walk in and buy codeine or like strong Sudafed or like any of that. I think even Sudafed, you need the doctor to write you something. But it's easy to get the doctor to write you something, right? But yeah, it's definitely more controlled here in a lot of ways. Codeine's the only thing.
Here too. Like you can still get the good stuff though. They just they keep it behind the counter because people buy it and use it to make meth, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like pseudoephedrine's one of the meth ingredients, which is how you know it works.
Yeah, and meth is popular here. Like they would 100% be making meth in Czech Republic. Yeah.
That would probably help with your cold, but
it's a very working class culture, right? So it's like just very popular, and it's cheap. Right?
Yeah, it's cheap.
Meth is cheap.
Yeah, cheap drugs.
And but yeah, codeine works. Codeine's awesome. That was one thing I remember about Poland. Like I was like, oh, they don't have like what do you call it? NyQuil. They just have codeine. Like you just go get the codeine. It's awesome.
Great. Yeah. Yeah, it works great.
Yeah. They they have a codeine here that my doctor gave me, but it destroys your stomach. Like the one in Poland was like pure. Like you drink it, it's just amazing. But the one here that you get, like it doesn't feel good to take. It's not nice. You can't buy codeine in the UK without you can't buy codeine almost anywhere without a prescription. Oh, you can buy. It's kind of got two different things.
Yeah, you can. They have in the UK. They got these fizzy tablets that you drop in a glass of water and they fizz up, and they have codeine in them. And my dad stockpiles them. Apparently, they're the best hangover cure ever.
Codeine cures
a couple
lot of
fizzies
things.
in the morning. Yeah,
codeine surprisingly cures a lot of things.
But they specifically ask you, "Are you an alcoholic?" when you try to buy them, right? Because
really?
it's like they don't want you to use them for a hangover cure, but apparently it works great. My dad's very adept at drinking, so he knows these things.
Nice. Hang on, I need to get a pair of. Hang on 1 second. I'll put some glasses on. I'm getting that I think also the cold medicine's wearing off. So my eyes are starting to burn. My nose is coming back too. Okay. Where are we at here? We're talking about codeine all of a sudden. I don't know how we got on codeine, but yeah, I persist. Everyone else does. Bitcoin, you don't know. Okay.
We got on codeine because you were gonna go take some drugs.
Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta go take something here.
And your choice was codeine if you could get it. By the sounds of it.
I miss Poland. Poland's awesome. I miss Poland. I had a great time in Poland. I'm really upset they threw me out.
I like Poland. It's like half price Europe. It's super cheap. Still got the fancy buildings.
There is no more Europe. Poland is Europe now, to be totally honest. That's debatable, but so where were we? So we talked about the Hex Cow. Anybody else leave dramatically like that recently?
Well, we got Corey Costa's fallen off the boat. Which kind of got worse and worse. Like it started with the Richard calling him names, and then which he kind of embraced for a couple weeks and kept rowing the boat. But then in the last 2 weeks, it's 99% negative from him. Okay. I still think we can get him back. I respect Corey. Most of his stuff is done in a journalistic manner. Like certainly his interviews, like on screen, it's like are done like he's a journalist doing an interview. It's his personal views and feelings that I would like him to cut off a bit.
Yeah,
less sharing is better sometimes.
Yeah, you got to.
So I do like the pictures of him lifting up like 600-pound weights.
He's strong, dude. The guy's fucking strong. Yeah. Good God. Yeah, he really is. I think, you got to stay cold and icy, man. These are, when this guy, even the Hex Cow guy was talking about trust was broken, all this, I'm like, man, you can't, it's tough to get into that kind of area, emotional about your investments, We talked about, we saw these clips, okay. Where else am I at? MetaMask opens dialogue. Okay, the MetaMask thing, that's right. Okay, I think Somi posted something here about it. All right. MetaMask opens dialogue with Richard Hart on Pulse Chain support. Pulse Chain, the 2023 Ethereum fork by Hex creator Richard Hart, offers fast transactions and lower fees but lacks native MetaMask support, forcing manual RPC setups like the Chain ID 369. Hart highlighted issues with detecting free ERC20 token copies, prompting a quick reply from consensus Michael K.eth, offering to fix specific problems. The community lists key needs: popular network listing, auto token detection with prices, better gas estimates, mobile improvements. This direct line could simplify onboarding, much like Ethereum's seamless experience, with Hart noting clearer visibility alone might bring in thousands more users. And Richard Hart posted, MetaMask has reached out and would like to make things better for Pulse Chain. Very specifically, tell me what you need fixed in a concise and replicable description. I already told them about the difficulty with adding the free ERC20 copy token from the full system state fork. Let's hear it. You're replying to MetaMask. Your post has 100 likes in an hour. If you fix Pulse Chain integration by letting people actually add and see their free ERC20 copies on the network, I bet you get thousands of likes. Oh, they replied. Wait, is that somebody from...
They replied directly to Richard Hart.
Oh, okay. He says, let me know what's not working and we can tackle it. Whoa. Well, that's a lot of cooperation suddenly here.
Yeah. And I get the feeling from his post above, from Richard's post, that maybe there was a private discussion as well. Right. But that Michael Keith, if you click on him, like he works for MetaMask, or he's what was his title? Senior BD Manager, Business Development Manager. Right?
Yeah.
So it's good.
It is good. Yeah, this is great. Any cooperation from the big boys, like you don't have to use MetaMask. Maybe you don't want to for privacy reasons, but the fact that it's there, most people are going to use it. Okay, a lot of new people are going to use it, and it makes it easy for onboarding, just like Richard was saying. So this is a huge...
Millions of people already do use it, and they scroll through that list of chains, right? Like, what chains are on here? You want Pulse Chain to be on that list, and you want it to be easy. If they're like, maybe I'll try moving $1,000 to Pulse Chain, you don't want to be like, oh, it's not on the MetaMask list. I have to do a custom RPC, like on Rabby, which I still use for development sometimes because it gives me some information I need. I have Pulse Chain set up as a test chain. Right? Like that's the only way you can add it. It's like you're running some weird test net and it's terrible, right? It's still better than MetaMask right now, but MetaMask could change that and I would switch for my test purposes. Internet money works just for Pulse Chain very, very well. That's a great choice too. But like we want these big boys to funnel people over here. So yeah, it's a win. And even KG from Internet Money would be like pro MetaMask supporting Pulse Chain. Because, more eyeballs, more money. Why not?
Yeah, 100%. This is a really good step in the right direction. The other thing that makes me think about it is, people like MetaMask are connected, even if just by rumors about what could happen. And the fact that they might be interested now tells me that we might be right that altcoin season is just around the corner. Not altcoin season, I want to stop saying that, but that a strong bullish move in crypto is coming here, which has been my theory for a while, that we're going to rip into the new year, and I think we're going to rip into the first or second quarter as well, which I've been saying for a very long time. And so maybe he knows, okay? Maybe he knows, and that's why they're making these alliances, because they know a lot of people, if there's money to be made, that's how business works. Yeah, they want to make friends, yeah. That's how it works.
And I think Richard actually reaching out to them and them responding to him, like, to me, that means he should do this more, right? Like, I know he's kind of tried like tongue in cheek with like some people, but like this was a direct request for support and they responded favorably, right? 100%. Like, let's do this more, Richard.
Yeah. This is exactly what Richard needs to be doing. Yeah. Your friend says, Somi, Justin, MetaMask has reached out to Richard Hart, rumored sandwich shop occupier to help support Pulse Chain further. MetaMask is one of the biggest original wallets for Ethereum EVM networks. Exactly. It's awesome. This is awesome. This is a really great sign. Okay. I do think people who are bearish, I understand your sentiment. I understand your feeling, but this is probably not the right time to be bearish right now, though. But that's my opinion, right? Maybe I'm just a bulltard, but it is what it is. MetaMask wants to make things better for Pulse Chain. Yeah, it's good stuff. Oh, what the fuck am I clicking on here? Crypto Coffee. Network automatically unrecognized and default list by private. Talking about technical stuff. Cool, man. Cool. Was that Maddie? What did he say? Okay. Oh, they're all talking to MetaMask. Okay.
Yeah, this is all responses to Richard about what MetaMask needs to change.
Yeah, Okay.
Him getting the data. I didn't add anything. I scrolled through that and I was like, these guys got it. They have the list.
Yeah. All the smart guys chimed in. And hopefully they got the message. Where are we at here? Cool. What is this?
Hey, marry a girl taller than you, little bro. Just keep going. Yeah. So right now, you know, Erwan got my favorite smoothies. We finna get it. I got you.
She's tall. That's the whole joke, and he's not.
All right. What else do I have for you guys?
It would be hard to be a woman who is like 6'3", right? Like, you know.
Dude, it's common where I live.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like the average height of girls here is like 5'8", 5'9", average.
Yeah, that's pretty tall.
Yeah, it's like the Austro-Hungarian. Like these girls are like, they're just
built.
They're built.
Shoulders.
Man. They're built, dude. They're built. Yeah.
I'd like to see me some good shoulders on a gal.
Like in Poland, like girls are more petite, or like Russian girls, or like even if they're tall, they're still very petite. But girls here they're built. Yeah, they're thick. Not thick. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, yeah, they're just like
women who could bear you strong sons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. I'm in the market, so. All right.
Oh, just so you know, that's not a good line. I tried it once at a wedding, and crash and burn. Don't say you look like you could bear me strong sons.
Oh shit.
It doesn't work.
Actually, no. I think it's a great line. It might just not have been right at a wedding. Maybe it wasn't the best line. It's maybe where you were. Situational awareness kind of thing. But I think maybe in a club it'd be perfect. I think I'm gonna roll up on some girls like, you could bear me.
Yeah, no, they're gonna take it the wrong way. But yeah, I'm curious to hear the story, so give it a shot.
David reposted the stream. Thank you, brother. Everybody chat, smash the like button out there. We love you guys. One last big print before fiat implodes and gets replaced by sound money. Dude, we got to cover some charts. Guys, I need to take a quick break here. I need to take some more cold medicine or something before I lose it. I'm just going to take something for my head and grab some water. Hopefully this tequila is working its way through. It was funny when I put the tequila in the eggnog. I didn't need to put the tequila in. I forgot that I had taken this cold medicine, and I didn't need the tequila. I could have just done it without it, but whatever. Is what it is. Hex Pally reposted the stream. What's up, brother? Thank you so much for that repost. You're the man. So I will. I'm just going to take 5 really quick. I'll be right back. We're going to cover. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. I think I'm going to say that maybe what I have in mind is what happens. Okay, because I think I understand the level of psychological fuckery these people are up to. And that's actually my forte. So I'm going to show you guys what I think is going to happen and how we may or may not benefit from it. Okay? So it is what it is. Let me see if I can find the Cryptomatics thing, and we'll play the clip. DJ Cryptomatic.
That way I don't have to do interpretive dancing while you're gone.
Them, their beliefs. That's why.
So I'll play
We're losing 10% per minute here. Come on.
No, viewers are dropping, so we got to bring it back. Now the story, the the story is this: the main hex. We always have one hexagon volunteering to give the main.
Okay. By the way, I want to say that this blew me away. I didn't realize that the context. He reached out to me and asked me to make something. I didn't realize I didn't know this was a show that they did every year. I'd never seen this show before. I didn't know anything. And then before my clip played, he said this, and I literally was like, what? Like,
you were the guy. Yeah.
And like, I don't know. Like, so I hope I did, I came close to what the need. I just riffed it, and but I didn't know the significance, I guess, of what I was doing. But I just made a clip. I was trying to have some fun, but also have like a nice message in there. So
it was good. I thought you were actually on the show when I started seeing it. I was like, is he actually there? Because it's like kind of sounds like it was totally in context.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I was like, is Saint Wolf on the show?
Let's continue on, or you can run your own validator.
Maddox, fantastic.
That out of those top.
You're reading way too much into this.
Am I really?
Thank you, Hex Lotus, once again. Here's a Scotsman.
Hex Lotus is the true poet. So awesome.
These guys
She's
are
great.
definitely drunk on some
Hexicans.
eggnog.
Pulsicans. And all the DeFi DJs in between. It fills my heart with great warmth and joy when you all...
So, guys, this is DJ Cryptomatic's channel. It's right here at the top, so everyone go. You guys can watch it. It's only 3 hours long. Let me jump ahead. Did I even do it? They edited me out. Oh, no, I'm still there. Okay. I wasn't sure if he'd be offended or not with what I made. I didn't know that. Now that
No, those guys are pretty chill.
Okay.
It's true. True story.
And kind of offensive sometimes. So you're good.
Yo, it's Freddie Quotes hanging out with DJ Cryptomatic. I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Let's do this.
Let's do this. Are you guys ready for almost the main event? It's all downhill after that. Although I feel it's pretty much downhill already.
We're losing 10% per minute here. Come on.
I know viewers are dropping, so we got to bring it back. Now the story, the story is this: the main hex. We always have one Hexican volunteering to give the main hex speech, since we're not getting it from Richard. So it's DeFi. So we gotta.
Was it
we
supposed
gotta
to be
doing
about
this.
hex? I
And
didn't know it
our
was
man
supposed to be about
Saint
hex.
Wolf stepped up to the plate. Saint Wolf, the
Merry
saint
Christmas.
who saved
You did fine.
this year's Hexmas 25. Let's listen in what Saint Wolf has got to say. Papa B, you ready?
But both of me with both echoes are ready. Yes, go ahead.
Let's go.
'Tis the season, everybody. I hope that your spirits are rocking. I know mine are. Check out this sweater. Look at this rockin' Christmas. Oh, yeah. My name is Saint Wolf. If you're curious about me, my links are at the top if you want to check them out. But just know I'm an invited guest. I was invited by DJ Cryptomatic. Thank you for having me. He reached out to me and said, hey, Mr. Saint Wolf, can you do something entertaining for us? I said, yes, I can. Yes, I can. I'm going to do a striptease to one of my favorite Christmas carols, Alvin and the Chipmunks. But DJ was like, no, we're not having that. It's my favorite song growing up. You don't want to see your nipples to Alvin and the Chipmunks dancing around. Fine. I mean, he asked me for something extraordinarily entertaining, and then he doesn't like my idea. That kind of sums up 2025, though, doesn't it? So, but I got something for you. I got something. But before I start, I know some of you are going to mention that some lights are missing on the tree.
I got the lights back.
And before you get carried away in the comments section, just know that I'm an American in Europe, and I bought Christmas lights. So here they do Christmas lights different. All right. I bought all these lights, and I went to plug them in, like we do in America, and none of them connected. They don't daisy chain lights here. Like each light has to have a separate outlet. Like in America, you just put the lights on the tree, and then you plug them all together. No, not here. So I'll have some new lights coming. I'll be on there on Wednesday. So before you get carried away in the comments section that I'm cheap and St. Wolf can't afford lights and all this stuff, just know, like, look, happens. It's a Europe thing, okay? Sorry. 2025. 2025 has been, a lot of this kind of stuff in it. I know that people are really feeling a lot of intense emotions. And this is probably one of the hardest Christmas seasons for a lot of people because of how things have been. But you know, the interesting thing about tough times is that they're so tough for so long, but just long enough so you forget that there ever was good times, if that makes sense. So you only have to tough through them so long. I mean, I know it feels like they're just going to go on forever, but they're not. So 2025 is going to come to an end. And I love that it's coming to an end the way it is. I really do. I got a message for you guys. I do have a message. My clothes will stay on, though. My clothes will stay on.
DJ.
So the message is this.
DMs.
You can't change any of the people in your life, but you can change all the people in your life. You can't change any of the people in your life, but you can change all of the people in your life. I really believe that amazing times are coming ahead. I really do. Because tough times, they feel like they're going to last forever. They really do, but they're not. And some people have already forgotten what good times feel like, that they're coming, right? And I want you to think about all the people in your life. And I'm not asking you to be selfish, but think about all the influences you have coming at you, right? Not all of them are necessary, and not all of them have to be entertained by you, okay? There's so many people in your life that were just there out of the default of where you grew up and all the things you had, and maybe you listen to some people you do online out of some habits in the same way. They've just been there for years. But I think this could be a great time to let go of a lot of those people that don't serve you, okay? Now, I know this Christmas you're going to go and be with family and friends, and you can't help it, and that's fine too. That's perfect time for you to understand that you can't change people. It's a great time to start to accept just everybody for who they are. You know, Uncle Jerry has his political views, and your sister has her views about dating and women versus you, and, you know, somebody else, you know, hates crypto, and, you know, whatever it is. But think about how you can just let it go and roll with it. Like, there's no need to push your ideas on anybody anymore going forward. Like, literally this next move from this rough patch into good times, I think we're really going to feel how different the world is now. Like, how uniquely different it is. And how, because of the internet, how everybody's place is unique to them as well. What they have fed to them, their beliefs. That's why we do feel like we're getting more separate and separated, because in a way we are. We are. Well, a lot of people are entering their own echo chambers and what have you. So really let go of the idea that you can impress upon people your way of thinking. Like, let it go. You can't change people, especially not now, right? And now AI is going to take over the algorithms and make people even more extreme in every way possible, right? But you can change the people in your life. Okay, you can't change any of the people in your life, but you can change all the people in your life. So start thinking about who you're around consistently, okay? And if you have to be around somebody, just create a good vibe with them, because you're relinquishing the idea of affecting them with your ideas. Just let it go. And an amazing thing starts to happen, is you start to find all this space in your life for all these new people to enter, okay? All these new interesting ideas start coming in. And especially in social media. Like, if you clean up your feed, which is a big avenue for people to get in your life that aren't necessarily getting your vibe high, that aren't adding a lot of value to your life. They may be taking away value. And we already know, you know, these algorithms are designed to steer you in crazy directions. And with AI in control, it's going to be crazy, right? So clean up your feeds. That's like a whole new friend circle that's coming in uninvited into your life, bringing you things that you don't need. They're not serving you anymore, all right? And I think you'll feel the change. You'll feel it. You'll feel it this Christmas when you just don't feel the need to change anybody. You just accept everybody. Find some common ground. Just vibe. Just vibe. Here's the key. If you can just do this, like, I know 2025 has been really hard, all right? And I do think that 2026 is going to be filled with extraordinarily challenges of its own, okay? No doubt about it. Because a transition from the rough patch to the good times again is sometimes a little bumpy, right? Shake off the last few people that never think good times are coming again, right? But you know good times are coming again. So what you're going to do is, from Christmas Eve, or you know what, starting right now, whenever you're hearing this, until New Year's, you're just going to keep a high vibe. You're just going to feel that joy, that merry, that Christmas spirit. You're just going to ride it, no matter what. Just ride it, all right? Because if you do that, if you can let in and sustain that much joy, if you can ride that wave, those high vibes for at least that long, from now until New Year, what's going to happen is those emotions are going to open a gateway for grace into your life. And that grace is going to make 2026 amazing. So make it easy on yourself. Let in as much grace as possible into your life, all right? And if you're alone, some of you are, and I feel you, you don't have a lot of people to throw out of your life, well, fine. It's a great time to get on that high vibe place and think about the people you're going to let into your life. That they're not the same people that you let into your life in the past. They're a new kind of people. The kind of people that know how great things can be, how amazing life can be. That want to ride that high vibe with you, all right? Because 2026 is going to be amazing. And this Christmas, no matter what happens in the market, no matter what Uncle Jerry brings at the table, no matter what your sister wants to argue about, you are just going to hold your own space. You're just going to hold your own vibe. You're going to accept that you can't change anybody. And that the Christmas spirit is the most important thing. And you're just going to ride that all the way. So, that's it, man. Next time, remember, I will get my clothes off somehow. DJ, thank you so much. Everybody out there, have a very Merry Christmas. Love you all. Good night.
Merry Christmas to Saint Wolf.
Pretty good. I think your mic's off, Wolf. I can't hear you.
DJ,
I
thank
still
you.
can't hear you. There you go.
There, DJ, thank you. What an honor to be on that show with you guys. And I had no idea what I was getting into, but I had so much fun making it. Yeah, good stuff, man. Merry Christmas, guys. That was fun. Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. That was fun. Key reposted the stream. Thank you. Merry Christmas, man. And so did Raul Paul. No, Raul D. What's up, Raul D? Reposted the stream. What's going on, brother? I didn't know. Was I supposed to talk about Hex too? I had no idea.
I don't think it was a big deal. Okay. It was just you talked about, crypto in general, and everybody knows that you're repping Pulse Chain a lot. So I think it's you had it covered.
Okay, good. Yeah, I didn't want to talk too much specifically about crypto anyway. Yeah. I wasn't sure. But cool, man. That was fun.
Yeah, it was a good message. Clearly, they put it as like the highlight of their show, so I think they appreciate it.
Good stuff, man. Henny, thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you, brother, in Germany. We're actually not too far. I'm just a few hours from you. What's up, Frank White? Super chat coming in from Frank White. He says, Merry Christmas. What's up, brother? Merry Christmas, man.
Thanks, Frank.
Thank you so much for that super chat, buddy. Paul Shan says, beautiful Wolf. 2 more weeks until the cry fags leave. I want you all to win. Money is nice. More importantly, we came together for our shared idea in what world fixed money could look like. Yeah, man. Maybe 2 more weeks. Yeah, I'm going to show you guys my theory here in just a few minutes, in a minute here right now. Crypto Neptune reposted the stream. Merry Christmas, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, everybody out there, smash the like button. Let's get into it. Smash the like, subscribe to the channel, and Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram is where I'm going to drop alpha and stories in this bull run that I know for almost a fact that we have coming. So go to Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram and follow, okay? Really easy. It doesn't get any easier than that. If you can't do that, you're not going to make money in crypto. It's really basic stuff. Crypto Outlaw, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Once again, everybody go follow DJ Cryptomatic. It's an awesome show. I had a great time. And being strong, what? Chat, you guys are hilarious. All right, look. This is MicroStrategy. Why is It's all fucked up today. What's going on? All right. This is MicroStrategy. All right. Now, MicroStrategy front runs Bitcoin by a little bit. All right. Maybe like a month or two. This is a weekly chart. All right. And it doesn't look good at all whatsoever. All right. It doesn't really matter, you know, how you want to play with it. It's not looking great. Okay. And this is on the weekly. But it also shows that, like, on the weekly, like, this down move could be reversing here for a little bit, right? Like, it could be running out of the steam. But if we look over here at the monthly, we definitely see that actually it could have more to fall. But on the smaller time frames, like, what do you mean? I fucking pay for this shit. What's it doing? It won't show me 2 and 3 day anymore? Are you kidding me? What am I thinking? Expire? What the fuck? Am I like behind on my payments? What's going on?
Are you logged in? Yeah.
It says S. No, I'm logged in. What's going on? Did I miss a payment? What the fuck? Oh, man.
Upgrade now to Ultimate.
What is I guess they do expire around the new year. Maybe mine already expired. I don't know. Okay. Whatever. Okay, guys. Thanks for finding out right now. Okay, fine. So let's go to the daily. Okay, so I need the 3 day right now, but whatever. Okay, let's use the weekly. I can do it. I can handle this. Okay, so what I see here on the weekly is that actually we could get a move up, okay? Because you can see the move down is weakening. It absolutely is. I also see, yeah, I think we got to get a rally. Now, if I go back to that first line I had, and I come here. Now, I'm putting together a thesis, right? And I look for things that give me confidence that maybe my thesis has some weight, okay? So I'm looking at MicroStrategy now because I'm looking for clues. And I'm going to go to Bitcoin now. I'm going to show you my thesis and why I'm looking for clues. Because I want to see if I'm onto something, okay? And this is just how I work. And so when I think about a rally here, and I think, okay, that could be a resistance above me, or I could also draw something like this and be like, cool, that could be a resistance above me too, right? Now, what are the chances we go for all-time high? Well, when I look at the bigger time frames, like maybe not, but maybe a big rally could take us quite high, right? So that could be something like to here, okay, which would be a retest. You'd have a ton of resistance here anyway. You have a lot of confluence. Maybe you do come all the way up. It's like a double top. That could be interesting too, right? Something like that as well, like a double top, and then we like fall away. I don't think we have time for that necessarily, but you never know. So I'm thinking, okay, one of these is possible. We could absolutely have this rally up to here. We've fallen pretty hard. We need to have some kind of bounce. There's a ton of support right here. Makes a lot of sense, especially when I look at my indicators, okay? Now let's come over here and look at Bitcoin, why I'm saying this. We'll look at Bitcoin dominance. Okay. So this is a chart I've been using forever, since the start of the bull run. Not much has changed. We are here. We are... fucking music is really loud right now. I'm not really feeling this. Okay. So I got monthly and 3 days. Okay. Let's go to the daily. All right. So we are breaking down again. We're at 85K on BTC. You know, we broke out of this blue channel. You guys follow my show, so you know, you guys have seen this a million times. We got this blue channel. Haven't touched it in 2 years. We've fallen out of it. Absolutely. I've got support lines coming down. We touched a low of 79K. Okay, now we're at 85K, and we're at, you know, if this support breaks, we're going back down here to now it's like 77, 78, 79, somewhere in there, whatever it is, right? We're going to hit one of these, right? And after that, you know, the fall is coming all the way down, you know, to maybe like a 69K, which is the old high of 2021, okay? So let's go put a line there really quick. And I'll show you why I was looking for confluence with MicroStrategy really quick, and why I believe we're going to go up again. And because all the data is messed with, right? So that's 69K. So here's what a lot of people are expecting right now. Is this the best chart I can use? Let me see what this one looks like. This is another one. Let's go. So a lot of people are expecting. This was the one I was using. Okay, this is the one I did last time. So this is what I'm going to show you. It's similar to what I already talked to you guys about last stream. So I'll do it here. So a lot of people are like, okay, it's a bear market, right? So we're going to probably have a rally to, like I said, 100, 107K, which is just a bounce off the 50 EMA that we've dropped under, okay? So usually you get a retest of that. And sorry, I'm clearing my throat. I think I'm getting to the end of the night now. And I've been kind of sick since yesterday. And I think
You sound fine. You're good.
I'm okay. Okay.
Yeah, your voice is fine.
All right. And I think I just need to get to bed soon. But so let me turn these EMAs off. What is important is to think about, like, cool, psychological, like, I can show you guys level and TA and all that. That's fine. But I think we need to think about it more from a psychological perspective, because they're holding the data. People's TA is a little bit out the window. Like, you guys have been watching my streams. I've been playing this really well. Like, I've been like the last, I don't know, almost a year. I've been calling the cycle like pretty well. And I've been doing it by using a lot of psychology and trying to think about it in the sense of, like, what is this market maker trying to do? Like, they're trying to get everybody off sides. Just to tell you the truth, that's what's happening. That's why BTC was the play. Everybody was off sides. Everybody was in alts, right? Everybody got destroyed, and BTC was the winning play, right? So what are they going to do now? They need everybody off sides. Again, they're going to do it. They're going to do something like that. So what are they doing? They're convinced everybody that alts are finished, that alts are dead, all right? Like, that's kind of been the sentiment. And then you've seen all the crypto KOLs and all that talking, bear market is here, alts are dead, all that stuff, right? And then I think Raul Paul, same sentiment, right? He was saying focus on BTC, ETH, and Sol. Is that what he said, correct? Is that what Raul Paul's thing was? Okay, so Kevin Leary also, I showed you guys a clip on the last live stream where Kevin Leary was also saying, like, time to get rid of all the poo-poo coins, he was saying, and focus on BTC, ETH, and Sol. He also said the same thing Raul Paul said. That's why I tell you guys I don't follow these guys. So Kevin Leary is a snake oil
Somebody
salesman.
told them to say that, right? It's like the exact same line.
Right. So
because you get paid 40K every time you say that, right?
Possibly,
like something like that.
Yeah. And Raul Paul was saying the same shit that he was. So that might tell me that your play is going to be anything but BTC, ETH, and Sol. All right, possibly. All right, we're going to look at that a little bit too on ETH and where my concerns are with that. But alts, I think, are going to have their day and what have you, right? So what I'm thinking here is this. I'm thinking about expectation. Okay, so if you think about people coming into, and I was squiggling some of this before here when I was showing you guys going to flash what we're going to do, but I want to show you guys now what I think a lot of people in crypto are thinking, right? So they're thinking bear market could be here. Okay, fine. Let me see. I'm going to do this on the daily, so I'm going to get too stretched out here. So what they're thinking is that, cool, we have a little, we could have a little bounce. Maybe we come down, we get a little bounce up to here. Everyone's going to want to short it, expecting this. It's not going to be like that, but you get what I'm saying, right? You get my point, right? And whatever it is, right? So everyone's expecting this massive drawdown, right? From around maybe 100K. Maybe we don't even have to bounce till there. And I don't know, what's that percentage right there? If we were to drop from 126. So yeah, 70% drawdown, 35K, right? Does that kind of sound like it could be a BTC drawdown? 70%? That's too much, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's too much.
But, well, we went, to 15K drawdown from 70K last time,
Yeah.
right?
What was that? That was 70% too, I think. So what they're saying is there's diminishing volatility. So maybe they're not even expecting it to go that low. Maybe we just come. Can I just move this? Maybe we get like 40K. Maybe it's like 65%. Okay, something like this. So what? Let's just move the drawing. Whatever. You get what I'm saying. Now, I just don't think it's going to be that easy. And the other reason I've been saying this is, like, when I look at when I was on Twitter, people were also posting like, oh, it's a fractal of 2021, which is kind of like this right here, right? And I could take, how do you, I haven't done this in a second here. There's a way to do this. too much cold medicine in my head right now. Okay, whatever. So it was this drawdown, and a lot of people are saying that this is going to happen again, okay? And, pretty much just like I fucking drew, right? Like, comes up, drop, 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 drop. You know what I mean? That is going to repeat this. There's no fucking way this happens. I'm telling, like, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've been making some really crazy drawings and calls. Like, you've seen them on my Twitter. Like, I've been putting my ass on the line. I'm putting my ass on the line right now, too. I don't think there's any chance this happens, that we just fall and repeat a 2021 fractal. Okay? I'm not even going to say I doubt it. I'm just telling you it's not happening. All right. Now, the other thing that could happen, and this is the one I've been sketching for you guys since October. Even on the bear video I made in October, I was telling you guys I still believe we're going to 130, which I still have that drawing right here. And, 130 to 150. And I don't know. I mean, we could go higher, but let me sketch it out for you here like I'm drawing. So we actually go higher than these people think. You know, we get up here, everyone's shorting like crazy, expecting the drop, but we just keep going. We get to the all-time high, 126, and we get up here at this resistance, which will be about 130-ish, 130, 131, 132, whatever it is. And it's possible we get stopped out there. That could happen. So we make another high, but it's like a marginal high, right? So it's a little bit high. And I believe that could be a possibility. But we could also break this and go even higher around that 150, 160 range, which would be the bottom of the blue channel that's been here for 2 years because it's now resistance, right? So let's extend this out. So this is another thing that could happen and we drop. That's why I think 130 to that 150, 160 makes the most sense to me. We could go higher. We could. It's possible. But that makes a lot of sense. I'm just going to go with this 130, 135 range right now. And then we drop from here. Now, here's where I think it could go. This is how I think it could go down because this would fuck with people the most. One is we do have a massive drop from here, but it's much more massive than 65% or 60%. So we're going to come minimum probably down to at least 30K, which I have a strong support, and we never tested it. And the reason I think 30K is because this is when the ETF was announced, okay? And we're going back to the scene of the crime. This is when the ETF was announced, so we might retest that. And this drawdown would be what? If we go to my 130, 135 target and you draw down, that's almost an 80% drop. Now that would fuck people up because they're only going to expect like a 60% drop because the volatility is diminishing, right? So here in 2022, we had a 76% drop. So if we do more than that, like maybe we come even lower, right? You know, like maybe we fucking come all the way down to this like 20K like fucking level.
That would surprise people.
Yeah. So all of a sudden we have this incredibly massive drawdown, and then you have the narrative of like Bitcoin's over. Finally, it was less volatility, but now we got more. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so that's one possibility because that would just mess with all these people. But the other thing, and I drew it over here, right here the other day, I was like, we drop, but we don't drop very much at all, and then we just chop like fucking crazy for a year through a bear market. While everybody's expecting a low, we never make a much lower low. So maybe the biggest drawdown you got was like 40% actually, or something weird like that. So that's my other take. If I come back to this is where I was drawing. Yeah. So we go up to that 130, maybe more. We hit it, and then we come down. Everyone's expecting like a serious drop, but we just like hit 9K, which is the old bull run, and then we start chopping. Do you get it? I don't know what it's going to look like, but we chop. Everybody expecting us to break that 69 to at least get maybe to 50 or 40, and then we maybe touch that 69K again, and then we come out of this range and we start moving up again, right? This would mess people up big time. And then they wouldn't realize until we're back at an all-time high that 69K or something was the low. That was the bear market low. Like, that would mess people up forever because what's everybody...
The regular guys would be putting in shorts at 69K, right? 'Cause they're like, it's going to break and go to 15K, right? Like it did last time.
Or just 50K. Like, let's say they're expecting a 50, 60% drawdown, okay, at least, right? So either they get like a massive one, like 80%, or just something like this where it's not even that much. But the thing that would mess with them the most is the fact that they're going to be... This is 50% drawdown right here, okay? Nobody would want to buy at 69K. Nobody would. They're all going to want lower. And what's going to mess them up is that everybody's waiting to now buy Bitcoin because alts got so destroyed. That's the offside thing I'm really talking about here. So now nobody wants fucking altcoins. Think about it. Think about it. Look at people on Pulse Chain. They're dying to get out of Pulse Chain. They're dying to get out of Hex. They're dying to get away from we've got these Hex scouts like running, right? Where are they running to? Bitcoin. They're not running to Sui. They're not running to Aptos. They're running to fucking Bitcoin. Okay? So now everybody's going to run for Bitcoin. Everybody's like, I'm tired of altcoins. So now everybody's offsides. Okay? And but here's this crazy thing. Everyone's waiting to buy all the Bitcoin at the low, not understanding that maybe the low is actually a type of distribution low. You know what I mean? Like they never let it drop too low, so you never actually deploy until it pops, and you realize that, oh my God, the low already came in, and I didn't even know there was a low or something.
So if this plays out, then what happens to like altcoins during, that chop time?
That's the interesting thing. What if we get the rest of the bull run? Like we can go look at BTC dominance and realize look, if BTC makes that last run up, we're gonna have this move up, which we've had before, and we'll get a rejection, and BTC dominance should fall away, right? I'm expecting it to come down to the support line around 40% or something like that, right? So ETH and alts could really go nuts. All right. And it's really that simple, because a lot of people are going to be out of altcoins. They're holding stables. They're waiting to buy Bitcoin, and or they're in Bitcoin only because they've already moved from alts into Bitcoin, right? But the move on Bitcoin is going to be stunted. You know what I mean? Like it's not going to maybe go to 200. I mean, it could. I'm not by no means I'm just saying like the capital needs to rotate somewhere. And if Bitcoin's going to 200K, that alts are going to be destroyed even more, which is a possibility. Okay. Absolutely. But I think the opposite, because, we've looked at the others chart, right, where alts are like at the lowest you can imagine. I'm waiting for that reversal. Psychologically, this could be that time because everybody's offsides. Everybody's running from alts. Nobody wants to touch the experimental layer ones like Pulse Chain or this or that. Everybody's like, I'm a Bitcoiner now. I've learned my lesson. Bitcoin only. What better time to run Bitcoin up just a little bit more and then just stick it. Like chop it, so it doesn't do anything.
Yep.
Okay, it doesn't drop, so all the people sitting they're like, I want to buy, but it's only at 75K. Like, you know what I mean? They don't drop it too much. They just chop it, and then they send some alts. They start sending alts. Like they're gonna pick them. Like maybe hopefully Pulse Chain's in there. Ethereum might send, and who knows what. I'm thinking Solana doesn't, only because now Raul Paul and Kevin Leary both I think mentioned Solana.
Yeah,
maybe
BNB does, but any of the ones that those guys are talking about are not good. Did they mention Ethereum?
Okay, here's the thing. They did. They said you should be in Ethereum, and that's my concern because my buddy, who's my mentor from 2022, who told me to stay away from Pulse Chain, and he told me that Ethereum would be crushed this cycle, and he said all coins are going to be destroyed. And he said the bull run's not happening till 2027. And he's been very right about a lot of things so far.
Indeed.
But we got in a fight about some things. But he's kind of a dick. He's like an old Wall Street guy, but he's very, very fucking smart. Like I learned a lot from him about charts and stuff and how to look at them. So if you look over here at ETH, we're going to look at ETH really quick. This is my concern. Like, so far, what he told me about ETH has come true. He's like, they're not going to let ETH run. He just told me, he's like, they're not going to let ETH run and they're going to crush alts. He told me this in 2022. And he knows people. He's a really interesting guy. We're looking at what we... Look, I think that ETH has juice left. I think they maybe do pump ETH, but maybe they don't pump it that hard. Maybe they just see institutionally they've bought. When was like Tom Lee buying ETH? Probably at $1,500. BlackRock was buying at $1,500 and lower, right? But they reloaded here for sure. This was distribution. They reloaded here. So what's good for them, dude? If this gets up to 4.5K, that's a 3x for them. Is that correct? That's a 3x.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
If they bought in at 1,500, then they get a 3x at 4,500.
Yeah, man. Look,
which is good for institutional money, right?
Yeah, you guys need
those
to
guys.
Go
They
ahead,
live
go ahead.
off 5%.
Yeah, dude. Like I watch these guys make millions off moving like a percentage on the screen. Like I've sat there and watched them do it and make $1 million. Like you guys have to understand, it's a different game now. It doesn't need to do 10x, guys. And now I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but what if? And I have to entertain all these possibilities. I know sometimes you get mad when I do, but I have to. Okay, what if they just bring ETH up to here, and a triple top, and it just hits 5K, and they get 1, 2, 3. And that's a lot of money for the institutions, man. Like if they bought at 1,500 and they're DCAing between 1,500 and 2,500, and it goes to 5K, bro. These guys, a lot of them are buying a new yacht. All right, so you know, I have my concerns. Like as far as I'm concerned, the ETH bull run kind of started around 1,500. So for me, when I think of this institutionally, which ETH kind of is an institutional asset at this point, a 3x is a lot. It's a big move for them. You know what I mean? A 5x is huge. So if we think of it that point of view, that, okay, let's say it goes further. You know, maybe we get to that 5K or 6K. Let's say we get to that 6K target or 6.5K. I think 6,500.
Yep.
So the 1.618 was at what? Where was that 1.618 fib? I'll run it from back here.
I don't know.
It's like
6,000 is a good number.
It's around 7,000, right? Let's say.
Okay.
Or no, we got to run it from here. Now, right? Let's just say 7,000. It's a nice number, right? So obviously, like, Richard Hart ideally would be planning on increasing his sack bag because it's what anybody would do. It doesn't matter if you're Apple Computer or Richard Hart. You know, they go up in value, they sell some stuff, and then they buy back. I mean, it's just normal. So let's say he did something similar where he sold that ETH, rotated into this. But what if they only run it up to a triple top? Like I said, 5K ETH is a triple top, and that's big money for an institution, man. Is that enough for
and Richard
Hartman?
Hart's just about an institution with the volume he's doing, right? Like,
but would he rotate?
At 5K ETH, that's like
not a 2x for him, man. That's not even a 2. That's nothing. That's a 20% move.
But it's still like on like $1 billion, right? Like he'll go from, like he'd be like $1.5 billion would be the value of the sack bag at like $5,000 ETH.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? That we don't know, right? Would he rotate? Would he not? Doesn't matter. Does he have other bags ready to deploy from? He's not concerned about what ETH does this cycle, right? That'd be strategically the only thing I would think about, right? Obviously, if he could double that bag, it would be epic. But I don't know. Do they let ETH run, or do they rotate out of ETH into some altcoins and create this epic alt season, which I have no doubt. I think they're going to do in Q1, Q2. Let's go look at ETH BTC and BTC dominance really quick. So yeah, that's fine. ETH BTC dominance looks like we're getting close to fall away, though it could push up one more time. No doubt about that. Okay. We could have one last push up on that. And kind of a little double top before it falls away. Let's look at looking at ETH BTC. Okay. Where are we at?
Hey, Wolf, I'm gonna have to slip out. I got a Christmas party to go to.
Okay, like a real one, not a virtual one.
Not really. You know, like the in-laws, the children. You know.
Good, man.
Just,
Good,
it's
good.
great. One of 3 Christmases that are scheduled.
Good, man. Well, have fun, brother. It was great seeing you.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. Take care, man.
Night.
Merry Christmas. Bye-bye.
So we talked about this over here on the ETH BTC ratio, all right? And it is absolutely going to make a retest at the 0.026. I have no doubt about that now, which is exactly what it did in 2021. It was a different number, but it did that similar retest. It was 0.022 to 0.021 back in 2021. But we're going to get a similar touchdown, I think. So when BTC makes that last run up and before dominance falls away, this is going to come down here and touch. And then we're going to go ballistic. And to make it clear, I guess what I'm saying is I don't know how high ETH could go, because my only concern is that institutionally it could top out at 5K and they could cap it. And they've absolutely been controlling ETH. for a while, okay? There's no doubt in my mind. When I see some of these moves, they seem like institutional moves. And I said this even when ETH collapsed before. I was like, this looks like a, where was it, in 2024? Here. I said, this is an institutional move, this red candle right here. I was like, they know what they're doing, and they're holding it here. And how high do they run it? Do they do an epic ETH run this cycle? I think the big ETH run maybe, it's hard to say. It's hard to say, man. That's kind of the X factor. And the reason it's that X factor is because that's what we're ideally wondering if that gets rotated in, right? So is that ETH price going to be 5K or is it going to be 15K? Like, is ETH going to go on an epic tear? Because let me tell you, when ETH goes on a tear, when it breaks 5K, man, it is going to be on a tear. Like, if it only makes it to 7K, I'd be fucking shocked. Like, it's going to do similar to what gold did. Like, when you have this asset like this that's been kind of suppressed so long on this, and it's making this, it's getting stronger and stronger. When it pops, it's going to fly. It's going to fly. So, realistically, ETH could be 12K, 15K, 21K. It could. It really could. I wouldn't. Don't think small when it comes to ETH. Oh yeah, this is another, the Wyckoff distribution matches up as well when you look at this stuff. I think I had to spread it out like this so to see it. So there's a lot of things about it, and when it pops out of here, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be nuts. But do they allow that to happen? That's kind of the X factor for us, right? Because the RH thing. But there's tremendous amount of bullish news coming up. And let me look at that, Dixie. It's probably doing exactly what I said it would. Are we getting that? We're going to get that drop. We're getting that drop right to where I was saying. We're going to get a retouch of this breakout. We should be getting a breakout pretty soon here. That's going to be our bull. Our bull runs over when this reverses. So this should make its way down, get a retest down here, and we should go. And ETH could drop. Is that a support right there? It could drop to 2100, 2400, 1900. We could even get a drop down here to, let's say, about 1500 if there was like a big flash crash coming up, which is what I was showing too on the BTC in terms of. So you've got this Japanese trade unwinding tomorrow. Why I think we've got like a launch pad is this Japanese trade. Two things. There's actually a lot to cover lately. I don't know if I got the throat for this tonight, but so you got this yen carry trade. All right. And so BOJ is going to increase their rates tomorrow. So a lot of investors are going to pull capital out of U.S. equities markets or different markets and bring them back to Japan, which is why, a lot of people are really bullish on Japan right now. And that's good and bad. Now, that could call, maybe tomorrow is a crazy day. Maybe we have a lot of volatility because I've even said before, like I talked about a flash crash, and you can still see my drawing here. And I was like, hey, we could have some drop all the way to 69K, like something happens before we take off. Maybe it's this combination of the Bank of Japan tomorrow with the rates and also this Venezuela thing. And by the way, war is bullish. And this Bank of Japan thing, because it's not coming out of the blue like a black swan, it's been anticipated. It could just be like a sell the news and then a bounce because we're not really breaking expectation here. Like everyone was waiting for this, right? And war is bullish. So what if we have this combination fear thing? A lot of unsophisticated people don't understand the ramifications and the fact that the Bank of Japan thing's already priced in, I think. And we get some crazy sell-off. And maybe that is the flash crash that I've been talking about could be possible. And that gives us the bounce. But pretty quickly we stabilize and we start ripping into the new year. Now, time-wise, this could happen before Christmas. I mean, we could pivot and start moving next week, or there's like this moon thing tomorrow as well. So maybe we go into a bloody weekend. Tomorrow's bloody weekend. But Monday, we open green and we go absolutely ballistic, and kind of the bull run kicks off, right? The other thing that could happen is we go bloody into the holidays, convincing everybody that the bears are right, which I've talked about before. The bears get fed. The bears are like, we're right. It's over. We got blood. It also kills sentiment. Okay, so we get this big drop, and then we go into like Christmas, and it just sucks because everyone's like, it's over. It's done. We got war. We got Bank of Japan. Forget it. But really what they're doing is making sure nobody positions themselves correctly in altcoins or anything. And literally in the first week of January, we rock it. Now, when did this happen before? Well, it happened in 2023. If you come to the start of this bull run, I bought Bitcoin on, I think it was January 4th. I remember it was January 3rd or 4th. And yeah, it was right there. It was January 4th. I bought Bitcoin. Okay. And it was a few days after the New Year's Eve. And guess what? The bull run started officially on New Year's, January 1st, right there, 2023. It started going up. And a lot of people told me I was crazy. They're like, no, it's just another bounce. I go, nope, this is it. And I went in heavy, man. I put all my capital in there. And we launched, baby. That was it. That was the end. And when it didn't start Christmas. As a matter of fact, you see the FTX collapse. Was this the FTX one? It was November, Thanksgiving, Christmas sucked. We went into Christmas, and people were like, we're about to crash even more. Do you remember that? So Christmas was not a Santa rally. It was bloody. It was December 2022, depressing as hell, right? Everybody was like, we're going much lower. We're going to 10K. We're going to 7, whatever it was. But instead, January 1st, we started the reversal. So it can happen like that because it just happened. So we could go in, the Santa rally could just be bloody. And then literally everybody's like ready for it's over, goes into the new year, and like quietly, January 1st, it starts. And the interesting thing is I didn't drink that much, so I was like really paying attention to the charts. But most people are hungover for days after New Year's, right? So nobody was ready for this. That's what threw everybody off. Okay, I remember this because I remember talking to some people on the 3rd. I'm like, hey man, I think I'm gonna long Bitcoin, and people were like still hungover. They're like, dude, you're crazy, bro. Like we're going lower, blah blah blah. I'm like, no man, bottom is in. We're going up, and we launched. So everybody's hungover. So it could be a way to get everybody off sides. Everyone's sentiment is completely crushed. We hit some low number on that flash crash, bounce. Everyone's like, it's over. First week of January, we launch. Okay, maybe even the first day of January. All right, we launch. That's another possibility, or we launch next week. But maybe the most damage would be if they crush us through Santa Claus week, just like they did here in 2022. And then January 1st or 2nd, it starts ripping, catching everybody off guard because everyone's still on vacation, hungover, laying in bed, and all start ripping, or Bitcoin's like flying, whatever. So that's another thing I think about. You guys have any questions? I feel like I just fucking completely threw a lot at you guys. I took some stuff. It'll probably kick in soon. I gotta get into bed soon before I lose my voice here. ETH is going to go parabolic and touch 0.15 versus BTC again. Yeah, I do think it's coming. I think ETH is going to do some crazy numbers. Is it going to do that in January, February, or is it going to do that 2027, 28? I think, no doubt it's going to do it in 2028. The Shemitah year, they're going to be printing like crazy. That's why I'm looking at this at the point of view is like maybe they do run ETH, but it caps off somewhere. That a guy like Richard Hart or someone who's holding a lot of ETH may not be happy about. I'm wondering that could be a possibility. But alts get sent, and then you cross your fingers. You hope that obviously Pulse Chain gets sent too, because I think that you don't need to be a rocket science to understand that everybody's off sides right now. Everyone's saying fuck alts. I'm going to become a Bitcoiner. Come on, man. It's obvious what's going to happen here. It's obvious altcoins are going to go fucking crazy. Okay, not all altcoins. This isn't 2021. It's that era's over. There's too many coins, but select altcoins are going to go ballistic. Look at this other chart. We looked at this a million times. Oh, I do want to show you a really couple important candles, though. So, like, this candle here and the other is very bullish right here, right? It's doji. You can see this MACD crossing. Look at this. Look at this MACD down here, man. So we've been looking at the same other chart forever, okay? I mean, guys, what comes after this kind of crush down here? Some kind of move to the upside. Look at this RSI. This is falling. This is the most craziest, bullish looking RSI I've ever seen. It's fucking amazing. Dude, this is crazy. Dude, alts are just waiting. Certain alts, let me rephrase that, are just waiting to go nuts. All right. So let me go back to ETH chart. I'm going to show you this candle. It's a really important candle on the ETH chart. Okay, so see how ETH dropped down here to 1373? Look how intensely it was bought up. It was as if everyone, when it touched here, knew to get into ETH. Okay, let's go to the weekly. I think you still see it on the weekly. Yeah, you can still see a very strong move up from here. ETH never really hung out on this line. ETH is very bullish. ETH has been bullish forever. Not only are they scooping it up at a higher level every time it comes down, but look at the intensity. Look at this candle. It's just like wick, wick, wham, 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 just and back up, right? And look at the volume that came in as well. So even if ETH does have a drop, they're waiting to send it. But I just want to be clear that is this the send to 20K or is this just the mediocre send to 5K? I don't know that. 2026 is going to be interesting. I hope they send it for our sake, but I would think Richard Hart also has a plan if they do cap it at 5K, let's say, and they hold it in a range until 2027, 28, and then ETH goes to insane numbers. I'm talking like 20, 30K, maybe more, right? Like, let's say ETH came down and they arranged it down here with Bitcoin. Remember I said Bitcoin could just chop instead of crashing really hard? They may do the similar thing here. ETH comes down, the lowest it goes is like 2K or, you know, something shocking, and then they send it to like 30K, right? 15x, just goes like ballistic. That would be amazing. But is that going to be now or like 2028 when it gets up to these crazy numbers, right? And that's really my only concern for Pulse because I do think this altcoin season is going to happen, you know. And not just because the others chart, but psychologically the way, you know, Kevin Leary, Raoul Paul, all these crypto people are like, oh, stay in Bitcoin, alts are fucked. Great. Thank God we're getting rid of all these shit coins, all this stuff. Man, it's too much. It's too much. By the way, how I bought this BTC bottom, and I've talked about this before, you know, I've given you guys a secret. How you know it's a bottom? When you get nonstop bearish news after bearish news and price will not go lower. Okay? It's really simple. When this media cycle kicked in here, it was nonstop on the news. Like, crypto sucks, blah, 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 scams, crypto, evil. And price wouldn't go down anymore. I mean, it's the fucking bottom, dude. That's it. If you think about what's going on now, what are they doing? Nonstop. Like, all coins suck, all the poo-poo coins, all the shit coins need to go away. We need to clean up crypto, blah, blah, blah. It's being blasted. And the charts are telling me like brutal reversal is coming. And they want to get people off sides, and that's how you do it. All right, so everyone's going to pile into Bitcoin or waiting to buy the Bitcoin or ETH or Solana, and other things are going to move. And, I feel like I'm going to sneeze for like an hour straight. I think you need to see BTC Gold ratio chart. Yeah, that's a really cool chart, man. But look, in that chart, there's enough time. There's enough time for BTC to have its last bull run. But I know what you're saying. In the long term, it looks bad. Okay, but there's enough time to have a bull run. Okay, sorry, X. What is it? XAU, BTC XAU or something? Yeah, something like this. This is the one, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's see. This is Bitcoin Gold. Yeah, it's not. Wait. Is this the right one? Is there another? What's this? No, I think I had it right. Okay. Or let's can we reverse it? This is gold Bitcoin. Jesus. When you look at it like this, you know, it's a different perspective. All right, let's just go back to this one. So, Sunlight, agreed, alt season ahead. Yeah, I think there's an alt season ahead. I think the positioning, yeah, this one. Oh, yeah, BTC, yeah. Gold ratio chart. Sorry if I'm clearing my throat. I need to get into bed here. Before this thing turns into flu. So, yeah, it's not looking good. But this is actually pretty good for me. The first few years I was here in Central Europe, I was sick like every other week. Do you guys remember like last year I was coughing like every other stream? This year, this would be maybe the second time I got sick this year, which is amazing. But I swear, like my first 2 years in Prague, I was sick like 7-8 times each one of those years. It was ridiculous. I felt like I was always getting sick. So I'm actually doing pretty good. So I don't need sketches. Look, it's bad, okay? But what you need to realize is that this all needs to be retested. This big mess, okay? So, you know, that would be once again very similar to MicroStrategy. I told you that would be your bull run right there before this maybe goes away, because that would make the most sense, right? Like 2026 has to be messy. They're going to break something, and gold maybe goes even more ballistic, and or BTC has that final crash. To something. I don't work with this chart. I'm not a gold guy, and think about how to look at this. I think this was better. Yeah, it's not pretty for Bitcoin versus gold. It also means that maybe gold is going to go on a serious tear even more, right? But maybe BTC does go much lower than people think, which is the other thing I was saying, because a lot of people are going to be positioned in BTC now, and maybe this time they really crash BTC down. Maybe they do finally get it down to 10K or something ridiculous, right? That's another possibility. Like, especially if they have, like, what do they call those digital events? They have some kind of, with you know, because the war, see, the bull run is going to happen while the war goes on. Like, so war is bullish. Let's say it's with Venezuela or Russia. I don't know what it's going to be exactly, but maybe they do kick it off, and markets are going to be bullish, but then something happens in there. You know, obviously they're going to do something sketchy, and gold would go nuts, but BTC might crash. It would be some kind of digital scare. What do they call those? The EMP pulse, or one of those weird things where they like try to fry like grids and stuff in people's computers. And yeah, that could create a scare. It would be like the first real test of Bitcoin's network, right? Or maybe like one of the centers gets bombed, like the mining. There's like only like 5 big mining pools. I mean, I know it's still pretty decentralized, but yeah. So yeah, there's still enough time in here, even though in long term, like, yeah, it's not looking good at all. But you absolutely could have a big bounce here before a rejection, and then a continuation of this, if it does continue that much. You know, I don't know. But so yeah, so what I'm saying is, you know, the bear market could be like a serious chop sideways to mess with people, or a much bigger drop than people think. But whatever happens, it's not going to be like 2021, and it's not going to be clean. It's not going to be something where like, okay, this is the bear market, now you can load up on your Bitcoin and blah, blah, blah. I don't think you're going to get something like this, okay? This was an easy one, all right? because I'm a potato head, and I was able to buy the bottom within like, I think my first long was 15.7 or 15.8. It wasn't that bad. Okay, and I'm a potato head, and I figured it out. I don't think this one's going to be as easy. I think this one's going to be really nasty. So maybe we get a drop and chop for a long time, and they make the new floor like much higher than people realize, or we do get like some epic crash of like some insane proportions beyond what anyone would think before we come back up. I don't know, but it's not going to be something like 2021. That's for sure. No way. And I do think we're going to hit some all-time high, even if it's just a marginal all-time high, like 130, 135 would be marginal, okay? But it would absolutely mess people up. So I do think that's absolutely in the cards, but we could even go higher than that. But ETH is going to run to sum things up, but I don't know how high ETH could run, and that's my concern right now. I think ETH is going to go to 30K? Yeah, I do. I do think it's eventually going to do, like, it's going to be in the 5 figures. I have no doubt in my mind, okay, Ethereum is going to be up there. Is it going to do that in 2026 or 2028, though? That's the interesting thing. But I do really believe, not just because of the others chart, but for a lot of reasons, that I do think we're going to turn bullish here into Q1, Q2. Now, what's interesting is that probably these same pundits are going to say it's like super cycle and it's going to go on forever. I don't think so, because I know massive printing is coming, and they're going to combine that with some fucking chicanery, some nastiness, okay? So they're going to need some nasty period in there, all right? But at least Q1, until March or April, maybe could be really insane. Maybe you're really fucking crazy, right? Hexes. Chat, you guys are really quiet. There are a lot of people watching out there, but you guys are really quiet. Never seen you guys this quiet, to be honest. Smash the like button. Let me know you guys have a pulse out there. There you go. Oh, you guys got a pulse. I guess I've been covering a lot of stuff. I'm just kind of like spewing all my crazy theories at you right now. And anyway, I'm giving you psychological ways to look at it, because that's how I'm looking at it. I'm not looking at it from a TA point of view, and I hope that makes sense. And the reason I'm continuing to do this is because the way I've been doing has been working so well lately. And I'm not ignoring TA. Of course, I've done my homework. I know where the levels are. But I'm just thinking about, I'm trying to think about this really differently. Just simply like the foundation of how I look at it is offsides. Because it's obvious they know cat's out of the bag about crypto. Like, there's money to be made here. Okay. First 3 cycles, there was a lot of uncertainty, but cat's out of the bag now. So what do they got to do? They got to use this media cycle and their pundits to get everybody off sides. And it's something I've talked about in the Telegram groups. You guys should be in the Telegram. I talk a lot about being off sides. And, even the Heartman might have to do it with his assets. You don't know what he's going to run first. Everything's not going to go, like, all together cutely. I mean, of course, there's some bonding and what have you. Rising tide lifts all boats. But, he's got to run certain things. It's just the way it is, because, you have to chase it. I've chased assets before. It's fine. If you're smart, you can still make money. But that's the name of the game, right? People are going to chase green candles, and the market maker knows this. So getting people off sides is key. So maybe what concerned me the most is Raoul Paul saying exactly what I think Kevin Leary was saying. You know what? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And those guys, if Raoul Paul and Kevin Leary are right, and you need to be positioned in ETH, BTC, and Sol, then hey, man, it's going to be my one bad call. If I have a bad call, it's going to be really bad, like for sure. But I'm thinking I want to bet against these guys. I want to bet against them, and I'm going to say short. Like, maybe you got to be short BTC, ETH, and Sol, and or not like giga long, and be long certain altcoins. And I hope that Richard Hart has also thought about this possibility that they do run ETH, but that they don't run it past 5K. That could be a possibility, because like I said, institutionally, that's still over 3x for the institutions, man. They're going to make a tremendous amount of money. All right. Statements like that really bring out the loudest of silences. You just said ETH might finally start to 2020. Well, what I'm saying is it's definitely going to run. I think we'll see definitely 5-digit ETH in 2028. Could that happen in 2026? It's possible. But I definitely think by 2027 going into 2028, that's that Shemitah year, massive printing. and debt forgiveness, liquidity, what have you, we're going to see probably a 5-digit ETH then, like 21K, or I don't remember what fibs I had. I had some high targets on it, but you're going to see some crazy numbers on ETH for sure by then. Yeah. Putting in some OT McDonald's on Christmas this year, boys. Trade Ranger. Sorry to hear that, man. McDonald's isn't that bad anymore because everything's like half it's automated, right? And like, you know, got some fun people working there. If RH doesn't sack for ProveX, then that chart can nuke upwards. Yeah, like I think I have no doubt that certain alts are going to go nuts, man. And I think it's going to happen pretty quickly. I think institutions are going to flood into some of these alts. I think they probably already have their things are going to go into. Maybe they're already stalking Pulse Chain or Binance, BNB. And RH is definitely going to capitalize on that move. I mean, he should. I don't know why he wouldn't. This would be like the ultimate time move. At least get us up around sack rate or a little higher. I talked about that before, too. I don't want to get into it. I gave you guys what I thought what could happen where in 2026, 27. I'll do that next video again for some of you guys that didn't catch that on the last stream. But where are we at? Are we still going lower? Dude, we are... Oh, no, we dropped, but we pumped again. Let's look at Pulse really quick. I feel like I covered a lot right there, man. And I'm a little squirrely because, like I said, I'm on some cold medicine and stuff, so hope I wasn't too confusing with some of my theories there on BTC. But it's a lot of stuff still similar to what I've been talking about for a few months now. Not much has changed for me, to be honest. I don't have any new alpha. Even the BOJ thing was like, cool. That just lined up with my theories anyway. And now we know the reason, right? But Pulse did drop again. We got a double bottom here at that low we had in December, 0.00014. You know, we got up a little bit higher, but it's not looking good. You guys, once again, you guys know my call from January 6th, 2025. I have the call of 0.000013. Not only did I call the level, I drew it. I never just make a call. I always draw it. And it's so far, it's playing out pretty damn close. I mean, I wonder if he's just following what I drew. But we're getting down there. We're almost at 0.0013. We don't have to get down there, guys. It's pretty close. But it could go lower. It really depends if that reversal comes, like I said, Monday, Tuesday, into next week, or we have this bloodbath through Christmas, just like we did in 2022. And that's the reason, by the way, psychologically, a lot of people didn't buy Bitcoin at 15,000 because they literally sat through Thanksgiving and Christmas with all this bloody news, with all these bloody prices. So nobody wanted to buy it. And they could repeat that again. But then first week of January, they rip us like crazy. Just everything goes ballistic. I'd be ready for that. But I'm also ready for a tap in next week too, right? Like maybe we get this BOJ unwind starts like tomorrow and they announce some war thing too. So we have a bloody weekend. But then markets, like I said, markets have already thought this Japanese stuff. The other thing psychologically I think about is the news has just been covering it nonstop with this like Japanese unwind now, which means it's nothing. It's not going to be anything anymore. Even if there is a big sell-off, like I said, tomorrow, it's going to reverse very quickly out of that because they've been just talking it to fucking hell. All right. The news is designed to get you off sides, and you got to think about that. Like, you know, do it in my position on Pulse Chain. Rotate every single piece of profit in the next sacrifice. Keep going to the next. Keep rotating into the next sacrifice. ETH's going to get to 10K by May. Then you're going to rotate the home chain. Yeah, maybe this rest of this bull run is much longer than we think. I mean, I definitely think by spring, but a lot of people are anticipating it longer. Of course, man, I would want that to be the case. It's just not my first choice. Like, I almost think that like maybe spring is a wrap up. You know, like March or April, because because once again, it's that same issue where, you know, I don't know if it's Kevin Leary or Raul Poole or are these people talking about like super cycle and we're going to extend. It's like, okay, maybe we do go into 2026. Fine. Which I've been saying that in Q1, but maybe we don't go on for the whole 2026. But I don't know. But I would love it though. I would love it. Trust me. I would welcome it. Lol, I meant after the 10,000x 2028 to sack it all for the next project instead of cashing out. I'm just trolling though. And I don't even know what you're talking. You lost me now, bro. Into the next sacrifice. It should work out. It's funny. Why doesn't RH like Avatar? I don't know. What do you mean he doesn't like it? What's the movie? The movie Avatar? He doesn't like it? What's not to like about it? The tree of Awa. It's so cool, right? You said ETH, my friend. Gang. Putting in some OT. Saw that. Still here, not really necessary. TS Pedro still here. Yeah, I sacked for Mr. Proof. I did. I'm not gonna tell you how much I sacked, but I did. Look, Ben, I made a decision. I'm here. I'm bullish on the ecosystem. You know, how's RH handled everything, or do I like the outrage marketing, all that? It's like, yeah, sure, I have an opinion about all these things, but at the end of the day, I think that there is product market fit here. There is a great narrative that lines up with what I think is going to be the meta for going ahead. Not even next cycle, just going ahead. Privacy, decentralization. Now, whether this is the most private or whether it is the most decentralized or not, that's a debate, but it still fits within the meta. I hope you understand. So I'm bullish, right? So I think this stuff's going to run. I think anybody selling here is crazy. Like, this is not where I would be selling at all. You know, I'd be DCAing. Oh shit, Inc is at 65 cents. Okay. Came back down. All right. I was looking at some fibs over here. Yeah, whatever. I mean, yeah, low could be in. It could have been 50 cents. Was it 50 cents? Yeah. It could have been. You know. Oh, by the way, Atropa, because somebody said something about Atropa. Look, Atropa could drop more. It could absolutely come to, you know, a penny. But look, man, this is a really, really, like, if what's his name's a scammer, then, like, how is the chart so strong? There is so much bullish divergence on this chart. And, I mean, it's got some hidden bearish divergence, which is why I think we could get a last drop. And why I was saying, too, maybe we do get, like, some kind of flash crash. It could be this bank thing or the war or something like that. But we are going to reverse really fucking hard out of here, I think. I don't think we're going into a bear market right now. I'll just say that. And we're not going to repeat what happened in 2021. That's fucking nuts that people are even saying that. It's a fractal of 2021. If you see anybody saying it's a fractal of 2021, just fucking block them. That's ridiculous. And if I'm wrong, you know, I don't know. I'll eat 10 grams of mushroom live. I don't know what I'll do. The film. How do you know he doesn't like the film Avatar? Why is that a point of contention for him? There's a lot of films I don't like. I'm sure he doesn't like either. Maybe it's not a very heady film. Like, he seems to like, he likes the game, which is very cerebral, to be honest. Maybe Avatar's not very cerebral. That's a very vibey film. I don't know. Let's see. Let's smash that like button. Where's everybody? Let's go check on Twitter really quick. If there's certain charts you want me to look at, let me know. Because I'm on cold medicine. Charts got me feeling a little dizzy right now. But I'll look at them. Just tell me if you want to see something. Let's go look at it. What the heck? Oh, he's sick too?
Since we've got no place to go.
Oh my God, people are losing it.
Let us cope.
Gin and Pepto-Bismol.
Merry Christmas, everybody. I'm doing the best I can. God.
Not the best combination, buddy.
Well, the charts are looking dismal, so it's gin and Pepto-Bismol. And since we've got no place to go, let us cope.
Oh my God! Somebody reach out to Toby Wan. He's it's not doing good, man. Somi, Ethereum just concluded its worst year in history. Ethereum had 9 red monthly candles this year, making the worst ever. 2017. Yeah, man, it's crazy that my fucking mentor also told me to stay away from ball chain. Did you guys tell you that? That's one thing he was a dick. He like really was hard on me, but I mean, he was kind of right so far. I was not positioned correctly in terms of that. Yeah. But he literally is like, they're going to crush ETH. He was like his like thing. He's like, they're not going to let alts run. He like was so fucking ahead of the curve, man. He fucking got this shit. Raul Paul, October 10th, I get to this. Binance broke the world's largest exchange. API shut down for market makers. Everyone got liquidated. Most market makers are not able to backstop liquidity. It's spread across exchanges. Those exchanges have their own market makers and the ability to backstop prices probably absorb a huge amount of liquidation of small caps and majors. Someone had to step in. Yeah, I think it also created a lot of fear for altcoins and stuff too, which is what I'm saying. It makes sense that alts are what's going to run here. Like, I think when you think about, when people talk about like the 4-year cycle is over, like part of that could be the fact that they just have this rotational element that happens. Like maybe 2026 is the time of the alts. Like maybe we make that marginally high move on Bitcoin. So like 130, 135. Maybe that is it. Maybe it's just like a higher high, but it's like slightly. and then alts go really crazy. And it's just like the year of alts, or at least the first quarter or half or something. And throws everybody off. Like, because people are not going to understand this. But a lot of people don't understand Wall Street. Like, there's a certain amount of capital, okay? I'm just make it really retarded to keep it really, really dumb. Just think there's like this pool of like capital, and you want to pump stuff. Well, you can't pump everything, right? So rotation makes a lot of sense too. Now, when you have those special years, like 2021 was a Shemitah year. The next one is 2028. You know, everyone gets washed with cash. So maybe then more things pump than normal. But under normal circumstances, rotation is always the name of the game. You know, to small caps, to this caps, from AI to this, medical stocks are running right. Remember, there was a cannabis run. There's always this like rotation because you can't pump everything all the time. You know, it only happens sometimes. You know, people are acting like that's the norm. That's not really the norm, guys. The norm in investing is being positioned correctly. You have to position yourself. Like, you know, so what's that going to be like in 2020? I think we're going to get an altcoin season. But what's it going to be like? It's going to be fucking interesting. Yeah, maybe they do this thing where they let the Christmas be bloody. That way nobody buys altcoins, right? Because everyone will be like, you suck. You told me to buy this and that. Everything's like bleeding out and sucks. And then January, alts start ripping. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. I mean, it would be great if it just started pumping into the holidays. That'd be nice too. But I'm just thinking like the most amount of fuckery they could do, right? Sabrina Carpenter. Who's Temu version? What is this? Nah. I don't like that. I say. Maddie Allen, it didn't work. What? If they didn't worry as much, then a higher percentage of what they worry about would come true. What? Should ink go lower so I can get a kitchen sink full? Okay, let's look at ink really quick. Raul Paul is bullish on Sui. You want to look at Sui chart? No, I don't know much about their tech. Let's go look at it. I'm curious. What's he going on about? So, Sui. Sui. All right. Is there a better chart than this? Let's go here. Whatever. All right. Now, mind you, I don't know anything about Sui. I think it's a layer 1, right? I don't know anything about it. Except that, that's your kind of like support right now. It's not looking good right now, of course. But I mean, it absolutely looks like it wants to go lower. But if we're about to get a brutal reversal, that's exactly what you'd expect, like a kind of fake out. But yeah, it absolutely looks like it wants to go lower. So unless he knows something, like you trust his alpha, because the team will absolutely make it look more bearish before they reverse it, very similar to what Solana did, or XRP's done that before, or you name it. I mean, even our ecosystem is going to do it, right? It's another Solana. Smash the like button, everybody. Give me 2 seconds. I got to go take a, be right back. All right. If we get bullish, I'm going to drop a ton of alpha on Instagram. So follow Mr. Saint Wolf on Instagram. Super simple. Super simple. Why? Because we have bots and crazy stuff in the Telegram. So any alpha is going to be dropped on Instagram first. Okay. Plus, we have some interesting stuff coming out too, and it just doesn't seem right to give the Telegram the advantage, because some of those people might be like people that'll scalp stuff too, and like, what the heck? Good God. You know what I mean? So, and I don't know what to say about this. I mean, chart looks like it's not like it could go lower, absolutely. But if you think about just something simple like this. I said this on MicroStrategy too, right? It's very simple. Like you could absolutely get like a retest here before we come down and wrap it up, right? We get some teasing here, and then whatever goes on again. But you could absolutely get a retest there. Hang on a second. Yeah, I think there's going to be opportunities. I mean, I don't know if Sui's the one. I get nervous if these big pundits are talking about it. There'll be other things too. Let's look at Inc. So, your supports for Inc. These lines on my Inc. chart were drawn at least a year ago, maybe longer, a long time ago, and they're all holding up perfect. So I'm just going to stay with them, man. I haven't made any adjustments to my chart, and I'm not planning to. You can see how close a lot of them have held. But, if you get a bottom down here, 52, 53 cents, absolutely. 48 cents, 44 cents, 39, 40 cents, which is a double bottom from back in 2023. Was it 2023? December of 2023, 39 cents, right? And if we go lower than that, it's 28. Wait. What happened to my lines down here? Oh, yeah, there. Yeah. 18.5 cents and 0.055 cents. Okay, that's where we really start falling apart. I'm not going to worry about that till we get to 39 cents, right? Like if we get to 39 cents, then we'll come down here. But these are solid supports. So, 19 cents and 0.055 cents. Was like worst case scenario. But they're in the cards, technically. But we're in a falling wedge here on Inc., which is how I've, for now we kind of are, right? It's kind of a falling wedge. Technically, the chart is ready to go up. Like everything is, in terms of stability and like covering what needed to be checked out, it's good. But it's a slave to the cycle and pulse chain right now, right? So if we are going to bleed out more, then Inc's going to take that hit, and we're going to. But it's holding up strong, man. Like maybe the lowest we go is a double bottom, right? The 40 cent range, right? He was asked a year later what he's buying. He said Sui. I don't trust that guy, but he's big on it. Dude, he's big on it because they pay him. Look at most. Liquidity would be like a pump tire shifter if we reach them levels. That's right. Smash the like button, everybody. Smash it, baby. And Margarita Villain, how you doing, man? Be cool if people learn how to read. He just said he thought James Cameron wasted 30 years of his life. He just said he thought James Cameron wasted 30 years. Why would he say that? Why does he care? It's his passion. Like, he's an artist. James Cameron's an artist. And I think it's a beautiful piece of art, Avatar. I mean, Titanic is a beautiful piece of art. If you don't even look at the story, if you just look at the art and the way it was crafted and designed, it's absolutely beautiful, right? The ship and the water effects, and I mean, it's just absolutely gorgeous, right? And Avatar was equally amazing, if not more, with the Tree of Awa and this world, right? I mean, I don't think you can wing that. You have to be extraordinarily passionate and obsessed to create a world like that. It's an absolutely beautiful world. That's cool, man. I think he's an amazing artist. He's been doing it way back. I've seen some videos of him when he was making the special effects for like Terminator, and he was like using like little robots and stuff and models. He's a really interesting guy. Ruppel, Ink chart, ProveX, Sack for X. What is it? We'll have to ask. It'll be a question if we get RH on an interview. Why don't you like Avatar? So, Ink. How the hex is doing really quick? Still falling away. Yeah, still falling away a little bit. Yeah, it's, you're in free fall zone, man. That's it. I said this before. We're falling. You got a lot of support down here, 0.002 cents. I think a reversal's coming, man. I don't know why Richard Hart would wait for ETH. I don't know if that's exactly the plan. I know a lot of people are speculating that that's the plan, and he's got to wait for ETH to do a 2-3x. And yeah, I think maybe the bigger moves, but you know, he has a lot of bags, and we looked at that post earlier where was it Crypto Solve was looking at the wallets and the possible Richard Hart moves, and he's obviously waiting. He's got ammo, so you know it's enough to get us absolutely to 2x SAC, or at least SAC, right? The most undervalued hex is ACC, the most undervalued out of all cores at the moment. Absolutely it is. Absolutely. Hex is holding up right now at 0.008. You know what's interesting? Same thing. These lines have been on here for like a year. Like nobody thought they'd come down here, right? Sometimes when I draw the lines down low, people are like, "Oh, why are you?" I'm not bearish. I'm just technically these were always places I can go. 0.00005. I think I did these with fibs going down maybe. And but we're holding up. I think we got good support here. But same situation, right? If things bleed out, then we're going to keep bleeding. Oh, fuck. Sheesh. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't like anything, but people are stepping in and buying it. You got a nice wick down here on the E-Hex. And you got wicks over here, too. You know, it is what it is, man. Shit's been bearish for a long time. Versal's going to be crazy. EX could be the best buy. Yeah, I mean, could. You're taking a risk for sure, but it's going to move anyway when PX moves or whatever. No doubt about it. Maybe you just buy PX. I don't know how to think about that strategy, actually. We could... Damn. Jeez. I mean, it's a strong rejection there, but we also see... Dude, this reversal is going to be glorious, man. The reversal out of here. Yeah, let's go a little bit lower, chop a little bit more, but not by much. I think we're close. Because a lot of the 555 stakes come out. Oof. Why do you got to tell me? Are you serious? Wait. What do you mean a lot of the 5555 stakes? No, dude. 55555 stakes are not coming out in 2026. The soonest 5555 stakes can come out is like 2034, bro. All right? So Inc, Mr. Inc 4 TW, you should check that. Were you trying to say something different? Staking ladders. Tripod. Yeah, I've talked about that. I think we're going to get a combined EXPX price of $21 in 2028, 2029. 2026, if we get this altcoin run like I'm saying, and our chain runs with that because it'll be selective, then I don't know how high we could go. But I don't think we're going to hit that $21 combined price. That's going to be more with full retail participation, 2028, you know, where everyone's washed with cash again kind of situation. Maria mentioned it will peg to PX. EX is the best buy. I'm going to stick with my theory that the bull run goes into the Q1, maybe beginning of Q2, but then that's it. It wraps up. And we get like 3-4 months of crazy alt season. Atropa is showing a lot of strength. No doubt about it. Somebody said look at most, so let's go look at most really quick. Yeah, look, falling wedge, still like absolutely, we were charting this before and still in that pattern, which is good. Once again, reversal is imminent and it's going to be glorious when it happens. This is a very bullish chart. Obviously, we've talked about this before. Looking good. Dude, we broke all my lines to the bottom. There's no more. So, what's that? $5.3 million market cap? Bro, this could do some numbers. But like Pump, where's Pump at? Pump is $2.5 million market cap, guys. Jeez, this and like these charts are just all in free fall pretty much. It's fucking nuts, dude. I haven't been on these charts 24/7, but kind of like the TA have done, like everything's holding up. The patterns. There you go. That looks good. Yeah, I think we're getting close, man. I think we're bottoming out, and I think we are going to get this alt season. I think it's going to be something. I hope that Richard is keen on making certain we're part of that. I really do. But I'm not going to call it alt season. I think just altcoins are going to run certain ones. Where's DAI? Yeah, it's just going sideways. Yeah, I think in general we're looking good for me. Let me some hex at these prices. Ah, yes, a 7.5 year no penalty to EES point. Oh, okay. Yeah, that could be possible. Halfway mark can be early end stake or no, that would be 26 cents. Okay, yeah. He means they can early end stake and get principal back. Oh, got you. Yeah. Yeah, they will. Oh, interesting. Yeah, interesting game theory. So a lot of people will get their principal out. Man, round tripping that shit after 6-7 years. Fucking brutal, man. Yeah. X has been rough. Let's see here. Let's go look back over here. I feel so delirious right now. I just feel fucking... All right, that's good. This guy does like... It's interesting, like what was I just talking about January, right? This guy, Cryptodamus, he does like things where he looks at the moons and the stars and alignments and all that stuff. And he's saying January is looking favorable. Great. That's what I was saying. Going into January, it makes sense psychologically as well for me too. Could look like, 2022-23 transition point. Okay, Trevor says 94 days ago I got called nuts for this. Rightfully so. I know zero about charting, but I kept it. Way smarter people than me delete their comments. 11 days. What is this guy talking about? Okay. I don't know what you're saying, bro. Ultimate Shakeout's bull posting the holidays, then explaining your family why you're not rich yet.
But right now we are at a decision-making point and very close to a recession. And I'm worried about something worse than a recession if this isn't handled well. A recession is 2 negative quarters of GDP, and whether it goes slightly there, we always have those things. We have something that's much more profound. We have a breaking down of the monetary order. We are going to change the monetary order because we cannot spend the amounts of money, so we have that problem. And when we talk about the dollar and we talk about tariffs, we have that. We are having profound changes in our domestic order, how ruling is existing, and we're having profound changes in the world order. Such times are very much like the 1930s. I've studied history, and this repeats over and over again. So if you take tariffs, if you take debt, if you take the rising power challenging the existing power, if you take those factors and look at the factors, those changes in the orders, the systems, are very, very disruptive. How that's handled could...
Yeah, there's a big transition coming. I think the big
Friend, you're living with your girlfriend. You have
Justin, Binance data shows net sell dump of 120,000 BTC. The evil scammers who are watching Twitter right now dumped an enormous 30K BTC across many exchanges past few hours. Okay. They're trying to hunt end of year leverage, which doesn't exist because everyone already got scammed. Ivan says Bitcoin manipulation staring at us in the face. Another bar pattern. Yeah, it is what it is, man. It's nothing new. These moves. I mean, ETH as you can see, is just so clearly manipulated. BTC, of course, it's mad fuckery. That's why I'm trying to look at this from a psychological point of view always now. Not even that focused on I mean, obviously I have to put my levels and shit up and do my homework on it, but like I said, the way you want to think about this is they already know that you can make 100x's in crypto, that there's a lot of opportunity here. They can't scare you away from that, but they can get you off sides. All right, and it seems like that is what the focus is to get people so they're offside. So they're looking over here and then they move something over there. It's not even that, let's say, it's not even that the thing you're in is going to crash or do well. You could just be stagnant by being in the wrong place at the wrong time or whatever, right? And Trump giving additional stims to the military. Okay, that's good. This is what happens when you scam on a pulse chain. What? Law and order. So, what's this? What's this? Oh shit. He's from Neptune Beach? Oh, is that by Jupiter? Multiple guns and drugs. That's fine. He's 18-year-old. He's 18 years old, dude. Counterfeit cash? That's awesome. I was like, yeah, 270 grams of marijuana. 84 alprazolam. Big deal. 2 rifles. Okay. Handgun. Come on, man. It's the South. 1,200 counterfeit cash. That's awesome. Why is he posting this, though? That's fucking mean, man. That's a dick. Why would you post that? Are they enemies? Soda and this is that guy Almighty, right? Are they at each other's throats or something? This is why he changed his name and his identity from the Pulse Chain community. Oh, he's doing a breakdown on him. Oh shit. Why is he out for him? I've just exposed the biggest criminal in our community, a convicted felon hiding his identity to continue his illegal activities, known for launching scam tokens, rug pulls, pumps, and dumps. Nobody could prove or catch him until now. In this video, I uncover his true identity. He's been convicted, sent to prison, and uses a nickname to avoid suspicion. He has harassed women online, created fake accounts to troll hexagons, and charges people to join his shady groups. This is the most anticipated video I've ever done, exposing Elijah Christian Peck. He lied about his past and tried to cover his tracks, but I'm revealing all his darkest secrets. He has 24 hours to respond to the video, or it's only going to get worse from here. Leave a like. Whoa, what? This is crazy.
Per hour in some areas.
What? Okay, guys. He doxed Money Gang as well. Who doxed Money Gang as well? Almighty doxed him. Have you guys seen this? Is this? You guys want me to play this? Soda is super low IQ and a liar. Okay. I remember he made a video 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, and he kind of talked about a lot of influencers and saying stuff. Well, if they needed it, they shouldn't have sent it 15 years into the future. Bro. That's the idea of investing, though, Chaos. That you're going to prolong your thing so that it grows. But the investments ain't growing. Can't cheat the system 100%. Wait, what do you guys... I'll jump in the middle of a conversation here. Oh, okay. He says, not at these prices. Who wants to end a 11K stake at these prices for $900? Higher prices for it to be worth. Yeah. I put money in that, like, I don't want to lose. I never think like that, like money I can lose, but I definitely put money in I didn't need per se, like, you know, but you know, it's not good that it's not growing. There's other investment vehicles that are growing and could have grown, or I could have just bought real estate. Love me some Hexy's prices. He just liked a tweet indicating he watched the video but is too scared to respond. Tweet's only 64 followers magically. Got 17 likes. And why? Because he ran to this little Telegram group to beg for likes. Kentucky lives. So it seems like they don't like each other. He's made a movie. Do you guys want to watch it? You guys let me know in the chat if you guys want to watch this. I don't know anything about this drama, but if you guys want to watch it, I will play it. Soda Chronicles for exposing nefarious actors. Pulse. Okay, a lot of people are back. Oh. I have not been arrested for it, so Almighty's responding to it. Oh, we could make a video just on this. These guys are... Oh, damn. Okay. It's a full, like, response here. A lot of the OG Hexicans are still up because they stakes got copied over to Pulse. Yeah, good. Okay, so we're not going to watch this. That's kind of a trippy picture, though. For sure, our win taught us so much if we focused on learning. Okay, so Watcher Grew says, Trump administration says we're closer than ever to passing the landmark crypto market structure legislation. Okay, so we got a lot of really good stuff coming on the horizon here. Yeah, I agree with some of the stuff this guy's saying, that it's going to happen in a couple months in Q1. That's kind of exactly what I've been saying. And it's going to happen really quick. And I think the job of like Kevin Leary and maybe Raul Paul is to create a lot of people off sides. It could be. I'll listen more to what they've been talking about. But once again, you know, I generally don't listen to anybody. The charts have been really interesting. They're definitely rough. It's certainly no easy thing to decipher, but the charts are telling us a story here. The next 2 to 3 weeks will be the last chance to add your altcoin bags for that parabolic move happens. Do not buy when BTC rises. Buy when BTC has a major dip. Okay. Let me warn you guys, there will be one last big shakeout before the parabolic move, and I think I know the exact date. But that's what I was saying too, the flash crash or something. This guy's interesting. We might get something like a big fear event before the big move up happens, because that'll also feed the bears. It'll turn shorts will go nuts, and it'll convince people like the bear market's here, but that will actually be the time to buy. And most people won't, because we're going into 2026, which everybody's scared shitless of, but I think this at least Q1 is going to be insanely bullish going into it. So that's how they're going to create this really offsides for altcoins, because they don't want you in altcoins, right? They're going to make all the money and try to get people chasing, and maybe not everything goes. So it's going to be interesting too, because you have to figure out how to position yourself. It's such a big part of real investing. Now, come 2028, you might not have to think too much. You can just throw your money at anything. But I think this bull run here, we're going into 2026, I think you're going to have to know how to position yourself. Do you believe in quantum entanglement? I want to respond to that from now. Cool. Oh, Pulse Chain's the biggest community, of course. Wholesome Hex Christmas stream. What the weather going to be 15 years from now doesn't matter. We aren't there yet. We weren't there. Oh, wait. I sold weed and the richest kid in my class sold cocaine. Great defense. What?
And get a second home in Dubai because I'm in the UK right now, celebrating Christmas and everything, you know. We've got the hammock, we've got the palm trees, but it just doesn't, it's not the same, is it? When you've got
Palladium. Dude, she's worrying me. She's like barely got her knees involved. Now either. Yep, there you go. Now she got the. Yep. Oh, I saw that fucking coming. Damn it. She was so stiff on there. You gotta get down low, girl. Picking up speed and shit. These guys are mean. She could have really gotten hurt. Monad. You know, look at PTGC. Sinkholes opening up all around Turkey. That's weird. I'll watch a fight if like I want to watch a fight, but I don't have that much time where I turn on sports necessarily and go to it. You know what I'm saying? But I like watching fights. Yeah, if there's a good fight, you know, like the big fights, you know, I'll catch them, what have you.
Womanese. It's a very distinct language.
Almighty coming at Crypto Costa is a fat loser who can't see his own penis. That's why he's so mad at Richard Win. Not because his 10K turned into 2K, because he can't afford to keep his fat ugly girlfriend on a leash with his fake diamond engagement ring. Oof. Everybody's fighting. Alt season is not dead. It's loading.
So with the business cycle currently low, we haven't had alt season.
All right, let's listen to him.
Alts are driven by the business cycle. So with the business cycle currently low, we haven't had alt season. And everyone's like, I can't believe they've robbed us of alt season. It's never going to happen. There's too many tokens. We can't have nice things and all of that bullshit we hear all day. It's not. It's just the economy's stupid, because what happens is when earnings go up, when the business cycle is strong, you have more earnings and you invest those earnings further out the risk curve. It's just really basic stuff. It happens for exactly the same as small caps, exactly the same with junk bonds, credit. They all operate in exactly the same way, and the business cycle has been subdued. Listen to Scott Bessent. He's telling you all day, as is Trump, is we're going to have a banner year next year. Why? Because they're going to jam the market with liquidity, and they're going to jam fiscal stimulus through as well. Yeah, if you think about it, the US is a service-based economy. They're going to get rid of tax on tips. That's a huge boost to people. There's like $1.5 trillion that will flow into the banking system just from that stuff alone, from the big, beautiful bill. Then we've got the changes to the SLR that allows maybe $3 or $4 trillion of credit creation from the banking system. We've got enormous amounts of this stuff lining up. Why? Because they wanted to win the election. You know, the good thing is, for once, we've actually got a macro hedge fund manager running the treasury. So I know how he thinks. He was a long-term global macro investor subscriber. I've known him for 20 years, and he understands the game, which is jam the business cycle going into the elections. So we've got that. We've got the debt to roll.
And-
it's
and
kind of
hedge funds
stacking
told
up,
you
and
their
it
plan.
tells you
Gotcha.
your beloved, or our beloved, alt season is still to come.
Well, I do believe that. But I think it's going to happen really quickly. I think it's going to happen on fear, and it may not last as long as people think. That's all I'm saying. They may cap ETH out, but here's what they're going to do, man. They want to create a lot of bag holders, no doubt about it. So we got to be
Alts are
careful. I'm gonna
driven
keep my eye
by
on
the
him, but
business cycle.
if he says anything that Kevin Leary's also saying, then I'm going to know these guys are... Dude, the hedge funds, they buy the media, man, all these people. Like, they know what they're doing. They're in this... They know what you're thinking. They know the charts. They know what you guys are looking at. They're really smart. But alt season is coming. They're doing the... Wild S-Ray is talking about the LCD. What do you guys think about these LCD pads? They're getting a bunch of them out now. They're selling them now. Oh, I did see this. I responded to it. Money Yanks is cooked. Interesting. Many of us will have tablets by Christmas, guys. That's awesome. They're in cahoots for sure. Taking buy pressure away from the cores. What do you mean? Taking buy pressure away from the cores. Yeah, there's a lot of good clarity coming in, so that's good. What crazy protests in Western Europe. Everything's so peaceful. Oh, I think so. Everything's so peaceful where I live. I feel like I chose a good place. It's really great. Food is amazing. Everything's great.
Infrastructure legislation done. Had great meetings with the Democrats in the Senate and on the Republican side today. And the good news is that there's strong bipartisan support and will to get this market structure legislation done. It's important for America, and the 50 million Americans who've used crypto want to see it get done. And so one date we heard floated was, let's try to get this markup done before Thanksgiving. I think that there's 90% of the issues are already aligned on and agreed, and there's draft text going back and forth, a lot of great cross-functional collaboration happening. That last 10% are the remaining issues, and everyone committed to get in the room together and work it out, and hopefully we'll see some draft text or get it out of committee by Thanksgiving. Yeah, well, we had great meetings with the Democrats in the Senate and on the Republican side today, and the good news is that there's strong bipartisan support and will to get this market structure legislation done. It's important for America, and the 50 million Americans who've used crypto want to see it get done. And so one date we heard floated was, let's try to get this markup done before Thanksgiving. I think that there's 90% of the issues are already aligned on and agreed, and there's draft text going back and forth, a lot of great cross-functional collaboration happening. That last 10% are the remaining issues, and everyone committed to get in the room together and work it out, and hopefully we'll see some draft text or get it out of committee by Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the end, it could be quite a coin. That coin may be worth more than FIFA. In the end, it could be quite a coin, actually. Huh? Anyway, thank you, Johnny. Great job. I just thought you should see this trophy because it's really, it's the biggest sporting event in the world, and we have it here. And we appreciate being selected. Thank you very much, John. You do a fantastic job. And welcome to the first ever White House Digital Assets Summit. I know that Many of you have been fighting for years for this, and it's an honor to be with you at the White House. I want to thank the White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs, Treasury Secretary. This is David right here, in case you don't know. You know David. And the man who's doing a great job as Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, who's right here. Scott, thank you very much. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, wherever you may be, Howard. Hi, Howard. He's doing some interesting work right now with all that's going on. He's right in the middle of it and doing a great job. Thank you. SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler. And thank you. SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce. Thank you, Hester. Acting CFTC Chairman Caroline Pham. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Hello, Tom. Representative Brian Stile. Thank you. Brian, thank you very much. Digital Assets Council Director Bo Hines. Good, Bo. Great job. And many other distinguished guests. We have a lot of very distinguished people around the table. Some of them will be speaking. I want to thank Marco Rubio also, who's right over there. And we have tremendous people very interested in this subject. And
I mean, we got extraordinarily levels of bullish news, and BTC is dropping, which isn't necessarily good, but I do sense a lot of manipulation right now. I do think we're going to have a surprise run. I really do. And maybe my theory is right that they do something like they did in 2022, where they keep it crushed through the holidays, which is possible. And then literally right as January begins, when everybody's hungover, they fucking start to rip everything. All right. But I'm also, like I said earlier in the video, I'm also ready for them to start ripping it next week or something. But they're trying to get everybody offside somehow. I'm trying to figure out exactly how. But I do think certain altcoins are going to run really hard. It may not be like altcoin season, like what people think it's going to be. But if you're positioned correctly, I think some things are going to fly really hard.
You make me so sad.
What?
I'm alright, I'm chilling.
All right. Federal Reserve withdraws 2023 policy now allowing uninsured banks to engage in crypto activities. Yeah, I mean, they're prepping everybody for something massive. But look, generally sentiment for altcoins especially is toilet, which is a good thing. I think it's probably the time to get allocated and positioned with altcoins. Yeah.
Not wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this.
Yeah.
My wife and I's stomach has been torn up, and it didn't used to be like that, but it is now consistently a problem every time we go. So it's like we can't even eat there anymore.
And this
How many times do you have to eat there to know, like, not to eat there? You guys should not be eating fast food. Come on. Like, if you're in the I would never.
next story, I don't know how I feel about it. Changes are coming to Chick-fil-A's chicken. Right now, the fast food chain serves antibiotic-free chicken, but will begin serving no antibiotics important to human medicine chicken. The change means that some antibiotics might be used if the chickens become sick. They say it's in order to maintain providing high-quality chicken to its customers.
Man, that stuff's like dipped in chlorine, like crazy stuff. Don't be eating any of that shit. It's crazy. I don't think we're getting a full-blown anything going forward. There's too many tokens. I think you have to be allocated correctly. But I do think some altcoins are going to go crazy. They're going to create FOMO. So It's going to be awesome.
I'm at home, motherfucker!
Is this real? I've been seeing a lot of these motorcycle videos lately. They're like really popular. Jesus. He's lit, bro. Death Wish. Crazy, man.
Call 911. Call 911. Call 911.
Damn. Just fucking. America. BTC, CPI data.
Mathematically impossible. Listen to what he said about bringing down the price of prescription drugs. Listen here.
I negotiated directly with the drug companies and foreign nations, which were taking advantage of our country for many decades, to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400, 500, and even 600%.
Well, if you cut something by 100%, the cost goes down to zero. If you cut it by 4, 5, or 600%, the drug companies are actually paying you to take their product. So it raises the question, how much of last night's speech was hyperbole and how much was fact?
No, what he's saying is you bring it, if a drug was $100 and you bring the drug down to $13, right? If you're looking at it from $13, it's down 7 times.
It's not a 600%.
Well, but it's 700% higher price before. It's down 700% now, right? So a
What's up, Turk? What's up, Deerslayer? Yes, Moscow, beautiful. That's really beautiful. Wow, that's amazing. I want to go to Moscow. No. It's too flat. Gotta pick up that nose, bro. What's going on? No, it's fine. Pilot's getting fired. What's wrong with that line? It was fine. Whatever.
Czy byś miała coś przeciwko?
Nie, zależy jakie są obywatelstwa. Niemcy?
Niemcy, czyści Niemcy.
Trump, we're replacing the outdated financial system with crypto.
Many years out of date. Many Americans are unaware that behind the scenes, the technical backbone of the financial system is decades out of date, many years out of date. You know that. Paul and others are straightening it out, but payments and money transfers are costly and take days or even weeks to clear. Under this bill, the entire ancient system will be eligible for a 21st.
Yeah, Turk, I'm bullish for Q1. We talked a lot about whether we could rip next week or literally first week of January, like what happened between 2022-23, the transition into from bear to bull. It happened abruptly, right? Like January 1st, BTC started ripping, which caught everybody off guard, right? Everyone's hungover, and everybody's expecting lower prices. And I think same thing, everyone's expecting bear market, lower prices. So maybe they do the exact same thing. I think that would still mess with people, right? Sentiment is shit, and then having some alts run in first quarter makes a lot of sense to me. And obviously BTC hitting a new high, but maybe a marginal all-time high. Like maybe it just goes to like 135, which I've had on my chart forever. But let's see what happens. You know, like if we have an epic super cycle in 2026, great, man. But at least Q1, we're going to do something really interesting.
I do think Bitcoin can make an all-time high by the end of January. So I don't think
we should think the highs are in place for Bitcoin or Ethereum or crypto. So
yeah, maybe I do agree with him. Like this guy doesn't agree with him. Oh, sorry, I can't see that. But remember, all-time high means like 130 or 135. It's an all-time high. It's still higher than it was. I'm nervous that it's on MSNBC that he's saying this. I mean, do I need to rethink my thesis? Yeah.
I do think.
I think it's a path of most pain. And then I think we have to have some kind of chop or bear market or something. I'm kind of hard pressed to believe we make like 2026 is just like the whole year is insane or something. That's a tough one for me to swallow right now. But I guess let's see what happens. Let's see where BTC stops out. If it even goes for that high. Just yeah. Smash that like button, everybody, if you guys are still awake with me. And like I said, if we're going to go into a bull run, I'm going to drop alpha on Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. So you need to go to Instagram, follow Mr. St. Wolf. The alpha is going to be there a day before I drop it in Telegram, especially like the really juicy stuff, okay? Because otherwise we're going to be front run by snipers. Hey, Saint will 100 PWBTC and 1 million Atropa retire me in 2026. I think they could pump. I think what kind of altcoin season we're going to get. Man, that's what we were talking about earlier. Like, does BTC cap out at 5K? Because that's still institutionally, that's a juicy run for them, right? Or does ETH go on the tear that I know it's going to go on? I'm going to say that maybe it caps out lower than people think, but it's still going to pump pretty hard. And then 2028 is like the ETH breakout where it just goes into 5 figures. So when you think of it from that point of view, then maybe like the alt's retiring you, maybe that's later, but we could still have an epic pump. And I even talked about that. I'll talk about it in the next stream again, where I broke down, we'll look at PTGC, but somebody mentioned that, but I said Pulse, we need to get like maybe at least 2x SAC or 3x SAC, and then have this mini bear market, and then we pump. In 2027, 2028, we'd really make the big run. Let's see. Somebody asked for PTGC, so we'll go look at that. Okay.
I don't care. Go on and take.
What the fuck that is.
Someone says, how much is this going to cost? Here's what you're going to say instead, and you can steal this from me.
Il n'y a plus de feu?
Il n'y a plus de gaz.
Non, il n'y en a plus.
Et tu l'as re-rempli, je l'ai pas utilisé une seule fois.
What the fuck is coming to my For You page? What the fuck is this shit? Okay. All right, PTGC. Yeah, it's entered my second box down here. We went through the first one. We're down here now. Now that we're down here, unless Pulse Chain takes an immediate reversal, I think we're coming to the lower range of this box, which I've talked about so many times before. I mean, this is a lot of untested areas. It's just purely technical at this point. I think, the bottom of this box, I drew a 0.000055. I absolutely think that's fair play at this point, right? Because it would retest a lot of this stuff down here that never got tested. So yeah, it is what. Look at this move, man. Both these moves, right? Like, you need some consolidation now, technically. Like, I don't know how that would work if Pulse Chain started pumping, because I know people talk about these are bonded and there's some connections to it, but when when you have this much euphoria and you need some kind of consolidation, this needs to basin a little bit. But I definitely think we could come down. We're definitely going to come down to 0.000055, which is just the lower range of this box, I would think, at this point, right? Unless we literally turn bullish by Monday or something crazy, right? So come down here, maybe we base in a little bit, and then we could come up and start to move, right? You need something down here like that, right? So we're almost there, right? It doesn't, I don't think it's a dead asset, but once again, I don't know what's up with the team or what they have planned or what's going on, but I think they're all here, right? No one's leaving. So it needs to just complete this life cycle, right? So you need some kind of basin. And I think it's always been a strong community. So I guess if we're going to have even a selective altcoin season, this may be something that runs. So maybe it starts to pick up sooner than that if there's such a strong community around it, right? Like we come down, because is that possible? Can we just start taking off right there? I guess we could. Come down. I think we got to test that a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of work to do. Would that be? That would be. I mean, can you just do that? Would that be like breakout? I've never seen anything like that before. I don't know. Where did this go to? This move up here. Yeah, the 618, right? It's below the 236 coming down. I mean, it would be really interesting if this just touched down here and started ripping again. That'd be pretty surreal. I do think when I see this, I would just expect that some kind of longer consolidation might be necessary. But it's tough to say, man. But we're down there. We're down at my lower targets. And like I said, I do think at this point, 0.000055 is within play. It was just the bottom of this box, so maybe we hit it before we pop. Yeah, that's all I really can say on that right now. BTGC still in profit. If you caught the bottom, it will sustain its value through time, move up slowly. Yeah, that's a really strong community too. So, and then fast during bullish cycle. Saying, have you seen sentiment lower, especially in pulse chain community? Yeah, sentiment's shit. Which is good in a way, right? If you want to talk about where reversals can happen. Like, when you think of a sentiment being shit, that just tells me, like, okay, a lot of people are probably positioned incorrectly and or offsides. So I need to think about where I need to be positioned to do well here. Mention WBTC. Yeah, I think if tomorrow isn't like a big sell-off, then we could just slowly bleed out into the holidays. And like I said, I still think January is going to be a surprise reversal, if not sooner. Like I've mentioned before, maybe it's next week or even sooner. We do get a Santa rally. But if we are going to get a Q1 bullishness and they really want to get people off sides, then possibly bleeding us through Christmas would make the most sense, because I would destroy sentiment completely, and then reversing it January would be gorgeous for that point of view. Just like we did once again in 2022, it happened here. And they bled us through the holidays. I remember this. I'll never forget sitting at my desk through the holidays. It was just brutal, and the news was awful. But I remember looking at BTC going, "This keeps making higher highs," and news is brutal. And the RSI was ticking up, and I was like, I'm going in. And it happened to be literally January 1st we ripped. We started moving up. That was the bottom. That was not the bottom, but it started kind of like the move up. And we broke this candle before, this weekly candle, which was very bearish here at exactly the price was 18.5. But I had already bought it like 15.8, and then my second position was like 16.7. I remember buying. So I didn't even wait for that. I was convinced. And it all started January 1st, January 2nd. But before that, it was bloody. We didn't have Santa rallies. It was all just shit. And it worked. It worked because everybody was fucking offsides. Everybody was offsides. And everybody was pissed because they kind of like missed the bottom, right? At 15K or whatever. And they could do something like that again where people aren't going to buy alts. They're like scared shitless of alts now. Or they only do Bitcoin and ETH and then alts start ripping in January this time. And that would mess people up. What if alts just start moving before even BTC? I mean, I don't know what could be possible, but somehow they're going to have to create a scenario of getting the most amount of people off sides because, like I said, cat's out of the bag. Everybody knows you can make money in crypto. And it can't be that easy. It just cannot be that easy. They have to do this now. They have to, it's just mad psychology now. Saying if you see Pulse Chain community will survive and thrive. Yeah, I have no doubt about it. I think we're going to do good. I think that RH can still pump the ecosystem without rotating that ETH bag because, like I said, my main concern is just like, well, ETH, they institutionally they got in at 15. They only need to take it up to 4.5, 5K, and they'd be happy. So that would be my concern there. But I still think RH can really pump this because structurally, unless 2026 is some super cycle, which I'm sure it's possible, but it's not my first choice, but it is possible. It would make sense for them to take it only up to like 4,800 or 5K, bring it back down again, let this consolidate longer until they start printing in end of the year 2027, and then you get that big bullish breakout, which would be insane. That might make the most strategic sense if I wanted to like trap the most amount of people. I wouldn't let ETH break 4,800 or 4,900 and bring it back down. And that's a scary thing to think about, but they could do it. They don't need to let it run to 6.5K or 7K. Well, maybe people are expecting that at least in the minimum. Maybe we don't even get that. I don't know. But great if we do. Because I do think when ETH does break out of here, it's going to fly. I think once it breaks out of this, was it 4,800, 4,900, it's going to be hard to contain it. So they either have to cap it by then or not. Like, do they want to wait for like the full Shemitah year to do it? Yeah, we'll look at that again. Frank White, thank you for the super chat. You guys are absolutely amazing. Go to DJ Cryptomatic. Watch the Christmas special. It's very cool. And we'll talk about Pulse again. I talked about my theory last video about what it could do, moving out of where it is. But it's solid X. It's solid X still bleeding out. Where's that at? Okay. Oh, okay. I think it's finding a bottom. I think Solid X looks like it's bottoming. That's good. That's nice. Looks like it's bottoming out. And see. Saying if you had 100K to invest in Pulse Chain assets, what would be your top 10 coins? Oh, damn. Super Snake. Maybe we got to pick up on this on the next live stream. If I had 100K to invest. I think my brain's reaching that point. Definitely Atropa. Definitely the Hex. Definitely Hex. It's everybody's offsides on Hex for sure. Like, so it has to be Hex. Sometimes you can just trade that, like knowing that everybody hates that particular one. Definitely Ink. I think Pulsec, man. Pulsec seems really strong, man. Ink, Hex. Oh, I mean, yeah, ProveX. For sure. RH seems to be really excited about that one. Let me think. You know, if you have 100K, I mean, you can have small amounts where you go really experimental, but, you know, with like a Tropo and you go deeper in there, like Fed or all these ones, you really got to know what's going on. And I don't know if you can keep up with it. Cool. And, but yeah, Atropa, high volume, there's a lot going on there. We can keep an eye on it. BFF, I think, is going to do amazing. I don't know why it wouldn't. It's low token supply. I see people accumulating it. It's amazing community. Like, it's very low market cap. Seems like something that would pump like crazy. So, you know, no doubt about that. Also, there's no like KOLs talking about it. Think about it. Sometimes you got to think about that shit. It doesn't seem like anybody's waiting there to like extract on you. Like, am I the only person? Might be the only one who's talked about it. So sometimes you think about that too, where you're like, there's not really a lot of people trying to game that one. There's what it's doing is genuinely doing what it's doing, right? If that makes sense. Same with the Atropa. Like, there's not that many people who really talk about it that much. But again, maybe I've been out of the loop with the Atropa community. But when I see the chart and I see what's going on, I genuinely see like strength. Like I said, even if we get that drop, you know, it's generally strong looking. Other things have a lot of people shilling and what have you. That can be good. You know, there's going to be a pump, but you also know there's people who might be waiting to like also, you know, drop on you as well, right? So. I think WBTC has to be in there as well. And I think you're in a place where you can accumulate a good amount right now. I mean, it's at $240. I mean, geez, it's really coming down. This is something that I think is going to run really nicely. Even if we go lower, I mean, we got this crazy wick down here. Fuck. Oh, that was from the PDI drop? This wick? Okay. Well, it's at the bottom of my box, $64, so it's fair play. But yeah, let's come back and look at some of this stuff later. Let me see what this does. Top of that box. Okay, around that. Confluence. Yeah. Crazy. What's up, Ovidian, coming in with the super chat. He says Peacock to $10. Peacock maxis will rule Pulse. So yeah, once again, here's another one that's a huge community. I don't know much about this asset in particular, but thank you for the super chat, my friend. I'll go look at this chart really quick. What's going on? Oh, tiny market cap, $7.9 million market cap in this little baby. But yeah, it broke down. Okay, that's fine. It's, you know, obviously it looks like it wants to go a little bit lower, but you've got tons of support down here, so it's probably in a range where you'd want to, in that accumulation zone, right? So it's going to go down to half a penny pretty soon here, and that's great. You can pick up more if you're in it. And let's see where this is going. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely looks like it wants to go lower. And, So, you know, I don't know what levels of market makers there are here. I haven't really been following it. I know I've done a little bit of, but you should keep your eye on it if you want to accumulate, because it's probably going to run into an accumulation range soon. I mean, these kind of like head and shoulders patterns aren't going to play out that fully, especially when you're near the bottom of like, oh, I see. I have to go back. Liberty Swaps coin. Okay, it's Liberty Swaps coin. So that means, Liberty Swap, it'll, obviously there's a community, there's a lot of promotion, marketing, and support. So that's always a good sign, right? But doesn't mean it won't go to a low target. Like PTGC, I always said good things, but I told you guys from a long time ago it was going to go into my lower boxes, and it did. And so same thing. I definitely think that, man, 0.002, there's a lot of ranges in here that haven't been tested. And these are like very impulsive candles. And you can see in the beginning, it also had these moves with these impulsive candles. The market wanted to come back and test it as well. It's just a natural action of the market. And you have nothing, none of this is pretty. So it makes sense that some of this is going to be tested. Okay. I don't know how much of it, but some of it's going to have to be tested. The market is saying that, signaling that, like, absolutely. It's like saying, like, I want to test some lower ranges. So let's see. We'll go shopping down here. We'll see if people buy where people buy here. At some point, whales will kick in or market makers will jump in or whatever it is, and that'll be your reversal. But yeah, I would say at least 0.004, 0.005 for sure. Yeah. But yeah, you could get a test as low as 0.002. No doubt about it. Similar to PTGC, right? Or I remember I was drawing those levels down there and everybody was like, no. And I'm like, look, it's just a natural market. The market wants to test itself, right? It's like a market, like literally a market where people are selling vegetables and fruit and shit. Like nobody knows the prices of anything. So naturally the buyers and sellers, they play around and to figure out how much the cherries cost and everything. That's, you can see it's very similar here, these crazy vector candles. And market hasn't tested it. That's my lower part of my box is coming down here. And you can see we're already down here. So we might as well come down and test it. And you can see a very similar kind of thing happening here. Very similar. Okay. This move has been untested largely. But that's good. It gives an opportunity for people to sell low because they want to rotate to something else that they believe in more. And it gives other people an opportunity to like step in and buy more because they believe in the asset, right? So is what it is. Yeah. Cool. Like I don't own any, but if we're coming, in buy ranges, then I might be like, do I want to get some, right? Do I want to check it out? Peacock. I like the thing. Peacock's pretty cool. PLS Folio. Okay. Yeah, no, it's possible. They're like, it's at $7.9 million market cap. Liberty Swap, you're saying they're behind it, they're burning it. So it doesn't have to come down. If there's things happening in the tokenomics that I don't know about, that's another thing, right? Like liquidity is okay. It's low. So there's a lot of reasons why they could hold it. But you also got to remember too, like from the point of view of like a market maker, like, you have to put pressure on a price asset going up and down. It's not even that. It's just not a healthy thing to not do that, because if you keep over pumping things and you don't let it come back and retest, you don't create forced sellers. You don't allow people to buy in as well who would buy big bags and add value to it. Would help the dynamics of the chart, which may have something that happened here. I'm not going to get into it too much, but I studied this, because I look at candles and all this stuff too, right? So I can look at this like had it just retested some of this stuff and allowed to happen, I think it would have been stronger in the long run. But it fell apart in a lot of ways because it was like someone kept pushing it up and not letting it get retested, right? Either whales or just like bigger players. So you don't want to overdo it either. Like you can market make a chart and mess it up, because there is psychology at play. And if a variety of people don't come in to buy the asset, because smarter people are more sophisticated and they may not know they're seeing where the manipulation is, but they know something's not right, they won't get in. And you need as many players as possible in there. You can't just only have believers. You need people who are want to get in and get out, and it gives opportunities for other people. And yeah, it's you don't want to over control a chart either. I mean, I see it. I know you guys probably don't see it, but I can see it too. And it doesn't end well either. It causes problems later. So you almost want the market to suss out some of this stuff earlier and get it done with. That's why, let's say WBTC chart was really strong, or some of the Atropa charts, because they allowed the chart to suss itself out. That's why I'll always go back. Even PDI chart, before Caddy and all those, everyone started fucking with it. It was a very strong chart. It was a really gorgeous chart. Atropa, very gorgeous chart. What else? There was, there was just some, people were, tough on some of the Atropa stuff, but some of their charts were beautiful, where every range got tested. They allowed it to come down and crash if it needed to. They didn't keep artificially running it up. There were either really smart fucking people and market makers, or they just were letting it happen in the natural. But WBTC as well. Yeah. I think everything always got retested really well. Yeah. There's definitely health to a chart. When I look at a chart, if there's enough volume, you're looking for wow, it's healthy, it's a good chart. Come back here. Haha, see? You can't skirt the chart, man. See, Atropa missed here, pulled up. I mean, it cleared this one. It was nice. It came back and retested this range again eventually. Okay. See, it came all the way to here. Now, is it going to retest the last bit of it? Did I say half a penny is possible? I said a penny. What did I say? Oh, probably the point of control. So a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this one's good because you cleared it finally. It's tough to cheat a market, man. The market's gonna test a zone eventually. Easy peasy. Thanks for the tips. I'm focusing on the buy and burn coins that have not been surviving the cycle. We know those fine bottoms, and we just have to catch the waves up. Yeah, Paul Sachs looking really great. You're saying Peacock is buy and burn? They burn it? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. What at these levels? Wolfman, Liberty's probably back. Yeah. It's good. It's good. No, it's a good chart. It would be. They should allow it to test some of the ranges I showed, because you're gonna have problems later. So better to do it now. Look, see all this. None of these were allowed to back test anything. Then eventually it came back and back tested, right? Which is fine. I mean, look, some of this is normal altcoin stuff, right? Because they're more volatile, but also gives you heavy swings to the upside, which is nice. Creates a lot of nice FOMO and cycles. It's exciting because pumps going on. Every token of video. Okay, let's look really one last time here. BTC, what are we up to? Done anything here? Shit. What if we reversed tomorrow and we didn't even wait for next week and started the pump tomorrow? Because it would be interesting. The Japan thing could be really priced in, and maybe there is some weakness in stocks and everything, but maybe crypto just starts pumping, dude. Maybe the pivot starts tomorrow. Maybe it doesn't even wait till the beginning of January. Maybe it doesn't wait till next week. Maybe it goes on the bad news of BOJ, tomorrow. Think about that. That would be crazy too. That would catch a lot of people off sides. A lot of people expecting, like I said, a blood tomorrow and through the weekend. Maybe we start pumping tomorrow. Maybe we're done bottoming because this isn't dropping anymore. I mean, it's not looking good, but at the same time, like, this would be a great place to fake everybody out in reverse. Look, if you come over here to, here, let me show you BTC. I use BTC because it's probably the first one that's going to move, I think. See this, what happened here? If you come back here to June of 2023, see all this? This looks terrible, right? This looks awful. This is a disaster, right? But look what happened, man. Like, it's like bleeding out, breaking, not looking good at all. Bart Simpson. And what happens? It starts pumping. And then it pumps up till 30K. I don't remember where. Maybe it was here at 30K, and then they announced the ETF, and then it just took off. So what if, and once again, you just have to be open to this because it's all about where people offsides the most. See, look at what we got here. We got this thing. It's very getting droopy here, very head and shoulders looking like. Looks like this could fall apart and go down, which is what I think most people are expecting. So what would be crazy is if, I'm surprised we didn't talk about this sooner. Like, what if we just did this and then whack, some news comes out and we go right to 130, 140, 150, like instantly, man. Like what I just drew could absolutely happen right here. This looks very realistic in terms of price action. That could absolutely happen. So I think we should be ready for some bullishness, man. You could see what happened here. Okay. I mean, I could literally draw a fractal, but look, come here. Stop that. Right here. I would believe that. That's fucking fair price action right there. What if that happened? I'm just going to leave this up right now. What if everything's priced in for tomorrow, the BOJ, Venezuela, and they're just going to have some news, and maybe there's a little bit of selling in the stock market, but maybe this is a reversal. And once they get us up to where everyone's shorting around right above there, maybe 120, about to hit all-time high, that's when they announce some crazy news and we just pop. Because they did that. They did that right here in 2023. I remember I was glued to my computer 24/7. Because remember, I was long in BTC at 15.7. I remember all this shit. And I remember how bad they kind of made things look and how the reversal happened and then the ETF was announced and it was fucking nuts. I mean, who's to say we don't get something like that? Just think about offsides every time now going forward, because that's absolutely what they're trying to get everybody offsides, because they can't convince you crypto sucks now, right? Like everyone knows you can make money and get rich. They're going to just try to get you offsides. So you always got to be thinking about that. It's not necessarily about being a contrarian either, necessarily, right? It literally is thinking offsides, like you're kicking the ball down the field, like you're trying to fake out the players. So, full send. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we're going Q1 for sure. Something. Yeah. And ETH. I'll have to do another deep dive in ETH again, but well, I got this part right, but now we've turned and we're going down again. We're not breaking out yet. Like I said, what if tomorrow? Pop. Because you know why? It's yeah, this would be a great place to fake everybody out. Yeah. Maybe we do get a Santa rally. Maybe we do rip. It'd be great. But the point is, be positioned and be ready. I don't know. I'm not convinced we're collapsing into a bear market, and I think that's kind of what's going on. It's hard to say exactly how it's going to play out, but I do think that certain altcoins are going to do extraordinarily well, and they're going to create a lot of FOMO. So the ones that do well are going to do very well. So we need to pay attention, because I think there could be some tokens that could retire people. I think some things are going to go fucking crazy. And just as retail gets excited, just as people get in and are convinced it's a super cycle going on forever, Maybe that's when they wrap it up. I don't know. We'll see. But you guys are awesome. Today is cool. I'll be streaming in through the holidays, so we'll see you guys soon. In the meantime, I hope you guys are having good times with your families and getting relaxed. And don't lose your head out there. Like, stay really positive, because the only way you're going to catch opportunities here is if you stay positive. You know that there are going to be opportunities, and you're going to find them. All right, we're going to find them. Whatever there is, we found them. We found Atropa and PDI and PTGC, and we found, what did we else? Yeah, those are all big movers. So we'll find whatever's coming up. That's an opportunity. We're going to find them again. So go to Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. Just go follow Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram. And if there's good things coming, we're going to tell you there. And yeah, you guys are amazing. How long do we go today? We went up 4 hours. We're almost at 4 hours and 20 minutes. All right, so I'll wrap this up with some Mac Miller, because I gotta wind it down. Yeah, what do we do? I feel like the Wings. Yeah.
Well, I got a bone to pick like roses. I ain't feeling broken no more. Bought a fist, they gossiping, I noticed. Talking shit, I wonder through the motives. Wonder who the fuck I'm supposed to be. I ain't worried now until I leave. I'm just trying to ride and feel the breeze with something bad beside next to me. Wind in my face. Don't stop now when I feel so great. You can run till you slip on the sidewalk, and the same bone that you pick on break. That's a motif. Yeah. When it's coming right back, so familiar, never been realer. Never felt so damn good where I'm at. I don't know what it's all about. Running through too many thoughts to count. That's way better. Still ain't adding up. I'll let you know when I had enough. Yeah. Hey, yeah. I put some money on forever, but don't like to gamble on the weather, so I just watch. Well, the sun is shining, I can look at the horizon. The walls keep getting wider, I just hope I never find them, my Lord. Hey! Well, these are my wings. These are my wings. Yeah. These are my wings. These are my wings.
Not everybody. See you soon. Mr. St. Wolf on Instagram.